Friday starts now. Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN, 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City and streaming live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. So Phillies with the sweep-a-roni yesterday. We were live at Ventnor Social. Had a great time out there. Food was great. Atmosphere great. Awesome spot. Looking forward to the summer at Ventnor Social as the Phillies sweep the Padres yesterday and now take on the White Sox. We'll dive into that series and the Phils. You know, today is game 62 for the Phillies, which means they have 100 games left. Doesn't that sound like a lot? Isn't that daunting? 100 games left. Game 62 tonight against the White Sox. 100 baseball games remain for the Phillies. I would like throughout the first hour of today's show, we'll talk to Mike McGarry at the bottom of the hour, preview all the weekend action, including the NBA Finals tonight on 97.3 ESPN. 100 games left from the Phillies. What are the three things that they need to target, to get, improve on? What are the three key things? Now, we all know they need a right-handed bat. Is that attainable? But other than that, what is this team lacking? We all say the right-handed bat as if that's the only thing they need. What else do they need? I was having this conversation with a buddy of mine. I said the Phillies need three things. What are those three things? Is it even three? And I ask it in that way. Is it three things? Or is it just, hey, they need a right-handed bat and this team's perfect? What do you got there? 609 403 0973, 609-403-0973. Because the way that I asked the question was, are there three things the Phillies need? And the way that we've been talking about this team all season long would make you feel like this team stinks and that they have a lot of problems, right? And you would look at the record of this team, which isn't eye-popping. They're 33-29, but I think they're 24-10 over the last 34 games. So I asked this question to a friend of mine. Are the Phillies, in your mind, closer to Braves, Dodgers, Brewers? They're kind of the three right now. Braves in the East, Brewers in the Central, and Dodgers in the West. They're the division leaders. But all of them are well of 10 games over 500. Brewers are 37-23. Braves are 42-21, and the Dodgers are 40-23. So the Phillies are 8.5 back of the Braves, who have the best team, best record in all of baseball. So they're 8.5 games behind the best team in baseball. What a catch that was, by the way. Holy mackerel. Did you see that catch? Oh, did that happen earlier? I'm watching the West Virginia baseball game in the studio here. All right. So the Phillies are 8.5 games behind the Braves, but I would ask you this question. They're 24-10 over their last 34. So they have rightened the ship. Okay, they've won 7 out of 10, 3 in a row. They're back to kind of being the Phillies that we kind of remember, frustrating offense, still finding ways to win, all that stuff. But do you put the Phillies closer to the Braves, Brewers, and Dodgers? Are they on that plane of teams? Or are they more in your mind towards that other mix with the Padres and the Pirates and the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks and the Cubs and the Reds who made the playoffs last year? Right now, that's the wild card mix. The Pirates are the top team in the wild card. The Cardinals are number 2. The Diamondbacks are number 3. The Phillies are actually 4th. Padres are 5th. Cubs are 6th. So are they do you put the Phillies in that group? Or do you put them more with the big dogs and the big boys? The Dodgers, the Brewers, and the Braves. Where do you got them?
I got them in between.
Are they like in a category by themselves?
They're in purgatory because they're not bad enough anymore to be a team like the Padres, but they're not good enough to be the Dodgers.
Padres aren't exactly awful.
No, but I mean,
record-wise anyway.
The Padres are trending down. Like they're trending downward because of their poor hitting. You know, you got a guy like Manny Machado who's struggling to hit this year, and he's being paid a lot of money. Just using him as an example. But the Braves and the Dodgers, and the Brewers too. You mentioned the Brewers, so they're a good team. Those three teams feel like they're on different levels. Do they not? Like if you ever chance to watch those teams, they feel like teams when they take the field. You're like, yep, these teams, they're among the best. The Phillies don't feel that way.
No, the Phillies don't feel that way, mainly because their offense doesn't feel that way.
Right. They gave a stat out this morning on the Philly Show podcast where they said that since Don Mattingly took over, the Phillies team batting average has increased by 6 points, which is like, okay, you're getting better, but 6 points over bleh is still not that good. Like if you would have told me
batting average though is tough to read because the whole league is hitting like, at all-time lows. I mean, everybody's hitting at all-time lows. Like,
sure, but my point is that like trending up 6 points in batting average is not exactly screaming, "We're back, baby."
No, but I would look at it and ask this question: at no point over the last, really from 2023, 2024, 2025, this has never been an offense that made you feel. It's almost like the Eagles. Their offense has big names, but you're always like, can't it be better than what we're getting?
But see, the difference is that the Eagles over the last 5 years have shown you that they can win playoff games in different ways. The Phillies get to the
playoff. Yes, I see that, but the Eagles have shown you they can win playoff games in different ways. We know that the Phillies offense has been their issue over the duration of this group that has been put together. Now, you can insert the Mets series in 2023, or was that 2024 when they played the Mets, that their bullpen imploded. You know, Jeff Hoffman was a disaster in that thing. Their bullpen was not good in that series. Their bullpen was a problem in last year's playoffs against the Dodgers. Now, their offense has perpetually been a problem here. So,
that's right.
No matter what improvements they've made to the offense, 6 points, 10 points, 27 points, I don't think anybody thinks that their offense, my point being is you might have looked at the Phillies differently in 2023, 2024, and 2025. Their offense is no different then than it is now. It's not good.
No, but at least in those years, you had a little faith that there might be something. Now they're falling into that Sixers category, right? Where it's like,
I could ask the question.
I don't believe you till I see it.
I could ask the question, is their pitching right now better than any point in 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025? And I think that is undoubtedly a yes. I don't even think it's a question. This version of Christopher Sanchez is better than any version of Christopher Sanchez that you've had before.
That's great. You can still lose a game 1-0 in the playoffs.
Sure you can. Absolutely. But their offense has constantly been a problem. That hasn't changed. But is my pitching better? Because I have lost games when my pitching let me down.
Games in singular moments, but not. I don't worry about the pitching because to me, at the end of the day, as I said, if the pitching does their job, the offense doesn't do their job, it doesn't matter. There's so many times in the postseason, you watch the Dodgers, for example, the last couple of years. There have been games where.
So you're saying they're closer to the wild card teams than they are the Dodgers,
yes,
the Brewers, and the Braves.
Because I've seen teams like the Dodgers and other teams where their pitching might not show up that day to be great, but their hitters always show up.
See, I would look at it like this. The Phillies last year, their pitching was better than the Dodgers' starting pitching. They basically were toe-to-toe. It's like a basketball game where the starters are toe-to-toe, and then you go to the bench, and you just don't have the depth.
Right.
To me, that's what happened last year. The Phillies starters shut down the Dodger offense. So we're all acting like, oh, the Dodgers have this great offense. Nah, they didn't really have a great offense last year. they came up in big spots against your weakness, which was your bullpen. Now, you could say, well, the Phillies offense didn't do anything either. Yeah, it did not, because the Dodger bullpen became a strength for them, and it kept the Phillies down. When you get into other teams' bullpens, your hope is once you win the battle of attrition and get to that bullpen, that's when our weakness, our offense, can now become a little bit more of a strength. That's what happened to the Dodgers. The Phillies pitching shut them down.
Again, I hear you, but at the end of the day, no one's winning playoff games unless their offense does come through in those big moments. And you can say that the Phillies bullpen was not as good as the Dodgers. At the end of the day, there were at bats in that Dodgers series, just to go specifically to last year, but you can go to the Mets series as well, where the Phillies had opportunities and they had horrible approaches and horrible at bats, and they looked like they didn't belong in the same field.
1,000%. It goes back to, though, I would put them closer to the Dodgers, the Braves, and the Brewers because of their pitching. And their pitching is why they always will have a shot. Their pitching is the reason that you always will say they have a chance to win any. And that's why we talked about it on Friday of last week. We brought it up again yesterday because it was not reported, but Jeff Passan had said that the Phillies, a trade target for them should be Tarek Skubal. It's, to me, why a guy like Skubal is almost the clear number one guy that you have to. He would be the one difference maker that I think the Phillies could legitimately get. I don't see another legitimate difference maker that they can get to really help them do anything more. So to me, I would say, you know what? My pitching already gives me a chance to beat one of those teams. Let me just go get more pitching, because I might get one right-handed bat, and there's still no guarantee that my offense is going to be consistent enough, because we know once you get to the playoffs, it's just a crapshoot. It's just whose offense comes up with that. And it's not the big players sometimes. It's Kike Hernandez. It's Tommy Edman. So I'm not going to go out and say, let me go get some middle-of-the-road right-handed bat and put him in there. Let me make you beat these three guys and see how that goes for me. Because, quite frankly, that was one of the issues for you last year. You got into your bullpen, and it was not good enough. And guess what? How do I fix my bulky bullpen? I go get starters that can go even deeper into games, and I limit the amount of innings those guys have to pitch.
Listen, I don't hate your idea. I don't hate the idea of Skubal being the number one guy.
No, I'm not even saying number one. I'm saying he would be your third guy. I've got Sanchez.
No, I meant trade target.
Gotcha, number one trade target.
Yeah, I don't want to look at the trade market and say, well, I don't know if this is going to work out as well as I want it to, so I'm not going to try. To me, it's like, no. You mentioned Kike Hernandez. Dave Dombrowski was the GM when the Red Sox traded for Steven Pierce. Like, their baseball history is full of random guys who have to start players who had a big role in the winning of that team a championship. So I'm not going to sit here and say, don't go out and get that middle of the road right-handed bat just because it's a what if. I say, no, go get that bat, because
I'm not saying don't go. I'm not saying don't go get him. I'm saying don't make it my number one priority. I'm saying make that somewhere on my list. Make the number one. In other words, if you're looking for a one way to significantly fix this team, just going out and getting a right-handed bat is not going to be sufficient enough. That has to be your secondary, your third option. If I want to say, how can I really fix this team? Somebody would say, go get Mike Trout. All right, I can play along with that. What's it going to take for me to go get Mike Trout? An astronomical amount that I probably am unwilling to pay. And that's why the Mike Trout thing becomes somewhat unrealistic.
I mean, my only pushback on that is, do you really think that Mike Trout at his age is going to require you to give up more than you have to give up for Skubal?
No, you wouldn't have to give up as much for Trout than you would Skubal.
Right. So is it really a crazy trade-off for you to have to give up, or is it just maybe more than you would be comfortable with? You see what I mean? Like there's a kind of like a where's the line of demarcation?
I think for, let's just say, a guy like Mike Trout, what would you have to give up? I don't even know if it's what you give up. How much of the contract are you willing to take? And that starts the conversation of what we have to give you.
Yeah, and I'm just using that as an example. If you tell the Angels, look, we'll eat the money, but you're going to get less from us.
Sure. Like if you say, I'm willing to take on, though he's 30, 40 years old.
Right.
How many more years
he has
left?
4 more years. Let me pull up the contract.
So he is 30, 40 years old. You've already got a bunch of contracts that you're not in love with. So then first you would have to be saying, I would be willing to take on yet another contract that I'm not thrilled about. So you would say, for us to give up less prospect.
4 more years, yes.
Okay. So 4 more years, and I think he's priced at what per
$37
year?
million.
$37 million per season for 4 more years.
But after this year, you're done with the Castellanos money. You're done with the
you would have that, right.
Money.
You would have, but that would only allow you to get one guy. So would you rather go and get Trout, or would you and have to pay him for 4 more years at $37 million? Or would you rather go get Skubal? If you're using money, because trade, you're giving up more for Skubal.
You are, and Skubal's going to be a free agent. And Mike Trout's already under contract.
Mm-hmm.
So at least with Trout, I can say, look, he's a little older, but he's going to take me less to get him, less to give up to get him, number one. And number two,
yeah, 4 years, $148.5 million after this season.
Right. So, but the point is that Skubal, he's going to be a free agent. There's no guarantee he's coming back.
No, and there's no guarantee he's coming back. I think you feel pretty good if you make that trade that you have the firepower and ammunition to get him back here, but there's no guarantee. Of course not. Your selling point is he would come here, help you pitch in the playoffs. He would love the atmosphere. I have enough money. I'll pay you the money.
It's very hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any, doubt that they could get it done, that they wouldn't make – in other words, I don't think they would lowball him. They would basically give him a contract that he would want. And if he just didn't like it here, he says, I didn't like it there. I don't want to be there. I don't see that happening. I think if the Phillies make that trade, it's with the understanding that they know he's going to highly consider signing back here. And by the way, I don't see why he wouldn't want to pitch here. I mean, it's a very good atmosphere. It's a great place to play. There's a lot of players here that are still part of the core. I can't imagine. And by the way, the only other team that could afford him is either the Yankees or the Dodgers. And how many more pitchers are the Dodgers going to add to their team?
Well, they keep adding hitters, so why not more pitchers?
Say they have a 6-man rotation already.
Yeah.
So how many more guys are they going to add to their rotation?
True. I totally hear you. Anytime I hear Scott Boris's name connected with a pending free agent, I just feel like the odds of you getting to keep a guy are not as strong as maybe someone else was the agent. You know what I mean?
So that would really be the question for the people out there listening. Mike Trout, Byron Buxton, I would think they're the top 2 right-handed options. If you have another name that I'm not thinking of, throw them into the mix. And I don't even know that Mike Trout wants to be traded, by the way. There's been no indication he's willing to waive his no-trade clause.
By the way, Tarik Skubal, he's originally from California, grew up in Arizona, went to college in Seattle. So he's a West Coast guy. For those who might be wondering if there's a scenario of how that might impact things.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Bob Nightingale wrote this. The Phillies right-handed hitters are a mess, hitting a major league low .217 with a .315 on-base percentage and a .585 OPS. They will be on the lookout for a right-handed hitter at the trade deadline. But no, Mike Trout will not be coming to Philadelphia. He is still owed $148 million after this season and has a full no-trade clause. That is what Bob Nightingale wrote about any rumors and thoughts that Mike Trout might be an option for the Phillies. And
all right, so let's throw
I have
Trout
long said that I don't even think the Phillies at this point even would want Mike Trout. I hate to say that. I just don't think they would even want that contract and have him playing at his advanced age with the injuries, with Trey Turner and Bryce Harper's contract and the Nola deal, which is still going to be constantly discussed. Now you're just throwing a 4th contract. JT Realmuto's contract's not going to be great either next year and the following year.
Yeah.
Now you're throwing a 4th or 5th contract into that mix for people to complain about.
See, to me, his teammate is way more interesting than he is if you were to trade make a trade for a right-handed bat. That being Joe Adell. I think Joe Adell would be a much more good fit.
And that's the deal that I'm talking about, though. You go get Skubal as your big deal, and then you go get a guy like Adell as, okay, he just gives a nice little piece for us that we don't have. Not as your main deal. A couple years ago when they went out and got Austin Hayes and that was their main deal, that's not good enough.
Right. But if they can't get Skubal, let's say another team offers way more in trade and you have to settle for something else at the deadline, is there a something else? I think that's the part of the conversation as well, which is there are teams out there that might offer more to trade for Skubal than we can.
Well, the Phillies, one problem they have is their farm system is weak.
Like,
they
you know who
don't have a lot of depth in the farm system.
You know who has a great farm system who I could totally see going all in for Skubal is the Brewers. The Brewers have a great farm system. And I could totally see them just going being like, we'll give you prospect 2, 4, and 6. Let's go. And the Tigers being like, okay, let's do it. The trade.
609-403-0973. Mike, I actually agree with Josh. They're in purgatory. If they get a right-handed bat that could really help, they can be with the Braves and Dodgers. The pitching makes this team dangerous in the playoffs. Is Trout going to get that much with the money left on his deal and his age? That's from Jeff. See, if they get the right-handed bat, I don't think getting just any right-handed bat makes them significantly better because they still have so many other flaws. Turner's a flaw. Realmuto's a flaw. Stott's a flaw. Crawford is a flaw. So just getting a Joe Adell, while it balances them out and helps them somewhat, they still have a lot of holes in this offense.
Well, like for example, one name I've heard rumored, I don't know if this is actually going to happen or not. Some people are saying that the Astros' Jeremy Pena might be available at the deadline, right? If you told me, though, I'm just putting it out there, part of the trade to get Pena,
he's a shortstop.
But if part of the trade is to also trade Stott in the deal for Pena and you move him to second base, I wouldn't be against that. That's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade offensively. Never played second base. We're just assuming.
I mean, he's a major league ball player.
I'm saying, well, we all thought Bo Bichette could go play third. That hasn't worked out so well.
That's true. Good point.
Just saying. And by the way, the one thing about Stott is, while he's not the hitter,
he's a very good
that Pena is. He's a very good defensive player. Now, Pena is, he's hitting like 300. So in today's world, you hit 300, you might as well be hitting 390.
Right.
So, no, I like Pena a lot. He just never played short. We don't know what the Astros are going to do, by the way. The Astros are kind of in no man's land when you talk about it. They're 3 games out of the wild card.
Yep.
It's only June.
The whole American League is down.
The entire American League is down. And by the way, the entire American League is essentially in the wild card race. The Angels are the worst team, and they're 6.5 back.
Right.
So, really, there's only 2 teams that you would deem kind of out. And I say kind of. It's not inconceivable that the Giants, who are 8.5 back, get on a 5 out of 6 winning streak and pass a bunch of teams here. And Colorado's only 9.5 back. Now, I know we all think Colorado is a couple of years away, but I wouldn't say that 9.5 back is even quote unquote out of it.
Right.
But I think you can call the Rockies and the Giants and certainly propose a deal, and they probably would listen.
And would you trade for Mickey Moniak?
Moniak's left-handed.
I know, but he's playing well, actually.
Move Harper back to right field, trade for Wilson Contreras to play first. I have heard that bantied about, the Contreras stuff.
I don't hate that, but I do go back to the question that you've asked before, Mike, and you've asked for the guys on Phillies Fastball, which will be later today on the show. Do you really want to move Harper to the outfield?
I don't think Harper wants to move to the outfield, and I don't think the Phillies want to move him to the outfield. So, would he do it for half of a season? He may. Do you want to get a player, like someone just said, trade for Pete Alonso, move Harper to right? Now you got the problem with Pete Alonso is you could have done it possibly last year, but now that Pete Alonso is locked into he signed a new deal with the Orioles. With the Orioles. He got a 5-year deal. You probably are saying, I don't know if I want to sign him for 5 years. By the way, Pete Alonso, the Orioles so far this year has not been the same player either. Now his power's there. You get the 12 home runs, but 246. His on base is 325. which is down from where he has been. He's about a 340 on base guy, so he's not way off, but he's also an aging guy with a 5-year deal.
Right.
I don't know. I think it's a fun conversation. I'm for Scooble. I'm saying offense in this league is so down, and the Phillies pitching last year showed they could handle the Dodger offense. They were all close, low-scoring games for the most part.
Yeah.
So let me go get the best pitcher I can. What's your way to go? Find the right-handed bat or load up on more pitching. We have 100 games left to go in the season. When we come back, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City jumps on board on a Friday edition. Plus, I got some happy hour Friday picks for you. I got some good ones, baby. I got some good ones. You got any ones for the show today?
I might have one or two.
All right. I'm looking forward to them. What's your happy hour Friday choice? Text it in 609-403-0973. Give me a good, solid, hazy IPA for the weekend. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Mike McGarry joins me next. All right, 2:33, 2 o'clock hour. It's brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Happy Hour Friday out there to all who celebrate. If you have a good pick for this weekend, well, Phil series, text it in now, 609-403-0973. Mike, let's start with this. 100 games left in the Phillies season. Tonight is game 62. If you were to get a top-of-the-rotation guy like Skubal or a big-time right-handed bat like a Trout or a Buxton, which way are you going if you're Dave Dombrowski?
Mike, I think you've got to go bat. You know, you can never have too much pitching, but I think that this team, pitching-wise, has the pitching to advance deep in the playoffs. They do not, however, have the hitting to win 4 series, to win the World Series. So to me, it's not even close. Pitching, this team can pitch its way into the playoffs. Once they're in the playoffs, I give them a chance in any series because of their pitching. But in my opinion, they do not have the hitting. And in that way, Mike, it's starting to remind me an awful lot of 2011, where you had the rotation that year, but you didn't have a team that hit the baseball. And what happened? Game 5 of the division series.
Now we lost Mike there. I know he is on his way out to, I believe, Belsey is where he said he was heading. So he might be hitting that spot on the expressway or parkway or wherever he might be going. That's a little dead zone out there. But that would be the thing. If I can get the big-time right-handed bat, I probably would agree. If you told me, hey, I can go get Mike Trout, which I think they could if Mike Trout waived his no-trade clause. I just don't really know that the Phillies want another big, bad contract. The Buxton thing, Buxton is a manageable contract. So you would almost prioritize Byron Buxton's deal over Mike Trout's deal. Now, I know a lot of people would much rather, maybe because of familiarity, but Byron Buxton, 7 years, $100 million. He signed through 2028. You would get him this year, you would get him next year, and then it's 2028. So we'd get him for 3 more years, but he's starting to get a little older as well this year. Pretty good year, by the way, 258, 18 home runs. So, Mike, let's start there. You were talking about the fact that this team's starting to remind you of 2011.
Yeah, just in the fact that, Mike, I think yesterday as I was driving around, I was listening to the game on the radio, and I think Scott Fransky was talking about years where they've had similar streaks, where they went 14 or 15 games without scoring more than 5 runs. And one of those years was 2011, and that's the year they had great pitching, but they didn't hit, and they lost Game 5 to the Cardinals 1-0. So get me a bat because I think if they don't, this team might have a similar fate as the 2011 team.
Mike, obviously Mike Trout is a name. We're 100 games left in the season. Trout's name is always brought up. What would you like if they legitimately said we could get Mike Trout? Do they even want to do that? He's got 4 years, $37 million per still left on that deal. He is 34 years old.
Yeah, here's what you have to do if you take that. If you go and get Trout, you have to get the Angels to pay down or pay at least half of that contract, maybe more. Usually how you do that is you give the team a lot of prospects. The more prospects I give you, the more you pay of Trout's salary. Problem there for the Phillies, however, is their best prospect is undergoing, ablation surgery on his back, and it would probably cost you Peter and Gage Wood and Crawford, maybe Crawford also. Look, I think Mike Trout, if the Angels are ever going to trade Mike Trout, this is the year to do it. The Angels are terrible. Trout is having a better year. He's staying on the field, and change of scenery to a pennant race, a place where there is a passion for baseball, might reinvigorate Trout. You can make the case that he fits perfectly with the Phillies because you have a bunch of bad contracts. 4 or 5 years from now, you're going to have Harper on a bad contract. You're going to have Trey Turner on a bad contract. You're going to have Aaron Nola on a bad contract. What's one more bad contract? If you can get Trout in and win the World Series this year, and Trout looks awfully good at the cleanup spot. I mean, if you go Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Trout, that's a pretty good lineup. You know, Marsh, and then you go on down, everybody else pulls down one spot. So he's exactly, to me, what the Phillies need. The question is, does Trout want to leave Los Angeles? And B, can the Phillies afford him? And C, how much are the Angels willing to pay on his contract? But to me, Trout's got to go somewhere where baseball matters.
Well, you know Trout a little bit. I'm not saying that you're best friends, but, you know, in the years that you've talked to him, has he given you any inclination at all? Does he feel like at some point he wanted to get out of L.A.?
He's never cracked once, Mike. I've seen him ask that question. I've kind of hinted at that question myself when speaking to him, you know, the once or twice a season I get to talk to him when he comes into town or something like that. And he has never once shown a crack or an ounce of disloyalty or even opening up the door to a trade. So, again, I assume he's probably going to be an all-star this year for the Angels. The all-star game is going in Philadelphia. There's going to be like the media day before the all-stars where all the all-stars, you know, sit at their own individual tables and reporters get to go up and ask some questions. I would imagine that on that day, about 3 to 4 weeks from now, there's going to be a huge crowd around Trout's table. And the first question people are going to ask him is, what are you still doing in Los Angeles? Why the Angels?
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Mike, 100 games left. Are the Phillies, in your mind, closer to the Braves, Dodgers, Brewers, or are they closer to the wild card teams in terms of, you know, talent?
Yeah. Pitching-wise, they're closer to the elite teams in the National League. Hitting-wise, they're not. Mike, this reminds me, go back in history a little bit. 1988, that's the year Oral Hershiser put together the record streak that Christopher Sanchez just sort of challenged. You know, Dodgers kind of rode.
Mike vanished. He's in a bad spot, man. We're getting a good conversation, but we got to get him on a better line there. You know, phones in the year 2026, you figured they could figure this problem out. Maybe AI could help us with that. 609-403-0973. You know, one thing that somebody texted in, do not underestimate Trouty wanting to be back in the area when his golf course opens. Well, number one, I think his golf course has opened. Two, I'm not saying that I'm not underestimating that portion of it. But as Bob Nightingale writes over at the USA Today, it's the amount of money. Now, you're saying don't underestimate that he would waive his no trade clause. I don't know that the no trade thing would be a problem. I think if they said to Mike, "Hey, Mike, you just been traded to the Phillies, you need to waive your no trade clause. Would you do it?" I think he probably would say yes to that. What's going on, Mike? All right, we got you back.
Yeah, apologize. I'm driving out to Delsey Regional here, and I think the cell service differs every 5 feet I drive, basically. So like I'm trying to stay in one. But I pulled over. I'm in one place right now, and I'm not moving. So there you go.
Yeah, you were in the middle of comparing this to the Dodgers of yesteryears in some capacity when we lost you.
Yeah, and the difference is back then the Dodgers had to win 2 series to win a World Series. They had to win 1 series to get to the World Series. The Phillies have the pitching to get through the playoffs. They don't have. You have to win 3 series to get to the World Series, and then you have to win 4 series to win the World Series. Without a bat, they do not have the offense to do that in the postseason. Do they have the pitching to do it? Yes, but eventually your pitcher is going to crack, and you're going to have to win a game 6-5 or 7-4, and they don't have the hitting to do it over 4 series. The point I was making is, back in '88, simpler days. Today, I need some offense to win, and the Phillies, in my mind, don't have the offense to win. They have the pitching to do it, and that's why, to me, this team is a lot like 2011. It had the pitching to win, but it needed to score a run in Game 5 against the Cardinals, and it couldn't do it. And I think that's where the Phillies, the 2026 Phillies, are unfortunately headed, right down the same road as the 2011 Phillies.
All right, we'll see. 100 games left to go. They play the White Sox this weekend. Mike, the Knicks tonight, they steal game number 1 on the road. Can they get the second one? Has this series, in your mind, changed the way you saw it after game 1?
No, Mike, I told you, and hopefully the listeners remember, you used the word steal. The Knicks didn't steal anything about game 1. The Knicks are a better basketball team than the San Antonio has 4 of the 5 spots. Yeah, Wembyana is better, but Cat played great. And you know what this reminds me of, Mike? Another little bit of a history lesson. Villanova's run to an NCAA title with Jalen Brunson. They basically ran through the NCAA tournament, beating teams by 20 points. Similar way the Knicks ran through the East Conference. Similar way the Knicks got game 1. And every game that came up, people back then said, well, Villanova can't keep doing this. Villanova can't keep beating people by 20 points. And Villanova people by 20 they are just a better basketball team today. They might not be better than the Spurs 2 weeks from now. They might not have been the Spurs next season. Basically, the Knicks are more of a veteran, older, and they better win this because if
All right, we try with Mike. He likes the Knicks tonight, it sounds like. We'll talk to him on Monday, but he thinks they're a better basketball team than the Spurs. And right now, listen, I picked the Knicks to win this series. I thought the Thunder would win that series and then win the NBA championship. And quite frankly, I think if the Thunder were 100% healthy, they probably would be able to do that, but the Spurs end up winning. And when that happened, when we talked about this series on Wednesday, I got the Knicks winning this thing when we did the Nuggets, and I think they probably do win this series. Do they win the game tonight? We'll see. Should be a good one. Listen to it on 97.3 ES. We'll talk more Phils with Bob Wankel. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat is on the way. Knicks, Nuggets, Phillies, fastball, 4:30. More to come on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
Listen, Mike McGarry's phone might not have been that good today, but you know what is good? When you call the law offices of Craig A. Altman at 856-327-8899, because it's the summertime, and you know what? Accidents do happen. So if you get into a car accident, a slip and fall at work, don't hope for the best when you're dealing with the insurance companies. Craig A. Altman has the tough lawyers who can handle the tough cases. And you don't pay anything unless they win. So if you do get rear-ended this summer, if something happens at work, don't be embarrassed. Don't hope for the best. Have someone on your side who knows how to win the case. Someone who's right here on Delsey Drive in Vineland, right here in South Jersey. 856-327-8899. That's how you get a hold of the law offices of Craig A. Altman, backed by a Philly law firm that knows how to win. For more information, visit them online at craigaltmanlaw.com.
All right, coming up, Bob Wankel for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. 100 games left in the Phillies season. That starts tonight with the White Sox. All right, 2:52 on a happy hour Friday. What do you got for me this weekend? Send it in right now, 609-403-0973. Good Friday to sit outside and cool off with a happy hour Friday pick. I got some good ones for you later on in the show. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. By the way, we're watching the College World Series in here. My Mountaineers are beating up on Cal Poly. It's 11-2 in the bottom of the eighth. Never been to Omaha, but I got a text out to the chain. Anybody been to Omaha? Give me any recommendations? My buddy said, yo, don't jump the gun on Omaha. Now, when I was at West Virginia, I was telling Josh, like, these uniforms they're wearing now, these are fresh. They got the cool logos and the nice stuff. When I was there, we had some dopey logo on our uniforms. I don't know when they changed it, but thankfully they did. But College World Series, West Virginia 11-2 right now over Cal Poly. I think I'm going to Omaha, Josh. June 12th would be the start of the World Series.
Yeah, I was telling you, I like the script on their jersey. You showed me the logo it used to be for WVU.
Yeah, our uniforms were terrible.
It was an abomination.
They weren't good.
Dumb idea.
I don't know why we wore. It was a different. It wasn't the flying WVU logo that you see everywhere else. It was a completely different logo. But
I like these uniforms.
Yeah, these are nice. But they are beating Cal Poly right now. I don't know where this stadium is. They built this stadium after I left. We played at Hawley Field. My buddy texted me. He's like, when you were there, did you ever have crowds like this? I said, no.
You were like, I have a field like
this. We played like in front of like 60 people.
You were probably like, crowds, we have a field like this.
The stadium was actually half decent. This is the guy who owns the Diamondbacks built this stadium.
Oh, really?
He is a WVU alum.
Well, this is a nice stadium.
Yeah, in fact, I think it's called like Ken Kendrick Stadium, something to that effect. I think there's a minor league team that actually plays there. I don't know where the stadium. I'm trying to figure out, like, by the aerial shot. I have no idea where. I think they built that way off the campus someplace. But I love this time of the year, and I never would have thought that West Virginia baseball would be getting to possibly play at Omaha. They've been pretty good over the last couple of years, but I think they're going to be going there. I got to start making my plans. Hold on. I'm going to see if Breeze Air will fly us there out of ACY. I just saw they've added new spots to their list. All right, 3 o'clock hour. We got a little Phils today against the White Sox, who are no longer the White Sox of the last couple of years, who are just flat out embarrassing. They're actually a wild card team currently. The White Sox 33-29, same record as the Phillies. So are the Phillies more on the level of the White Sox, or are they more on the level of the others? We were talking earlier. Are they closer to the Braves, Dodgers, and Brewers, or are they more where they belong, in the pack with the wild cards? 100 games left to go. What do we know about this Phillies team that maybe we didn't know before? If I was to ask Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast, who's going to join me right now for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on the Phils, are the Phillies just one player away, or do they have multiple things that they still need to do to be a legitimate contender in your eyes? I think you're muted. You are muted.
There we go. We're back now. Yeah, look, man. I think that they have multiple things they have to do. The best way that I can describe this Phillies team is they are, in this moment, the 2025 Eagles. They are able to limit the opponent from scoring. And though they have pieces that you would expect to produce, and they have elite talent in certain parts of this lineup, as an overall product, they really struggle to score. And for that reason, I sort of wedged them right where the Eagles were a year ago. A team that if you squint hard enough, you're like, they have a pedigree, they can do it, they can make a run. But at the end of the day, they just are showing you so many different flaws that you kind of know exactly where they're at. They're right in that middle tier, and they're going to need a ball to bounce their way in order to make a run as it stands right now.
When you look at we know their limitations offensively. Is that fixed? Does it even exist? Or do you have to get your mindset off of they're going to fix this offense in some capacity? Because, Bob, you and I have been talking for years, this right-handed bat, it just seemingly doesn't exist. So do they have to, try to get creative and find another way to fix some of their problems?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality of it is that if you go back, even since they've made this run, and go back to May 1st when they've been playing better, they're 28th in walk rate. They have the 5th highest strikeout percentage. They're 26th in batting average. They're 29th in on-base percentage. How can we sit here and have a conversation about this team and pretend that they're going to be able to punch through the Braves or the Dodgers, other than saying it's baseball and the best team doesn't always win and weird things happen, especially in short series? We can do all that, but if we're just evaluating for what it is, your team simply cannot be this anemic offensively and expect to in good faith think they can win a championship.
Right, so we were talking before you came on. Let's say they went out and got a player like Taylor Ward or Joe Adell, one of those guys. Okay, you have a right-handed bat. I don't know what that does to you because you still have major holes in this offense. Getting a mediocre right-handed bat isn't fixing the holes that you currently have. That might be different if you went and got a Byron Buxton or a Mike Trout, and we can talk about the realities of that. But just getting that mediocre right-handed bat is not absolving you of Trey Turner has been not very good. JT Realmuto has not been very good. Bryson Stott has not been very good. Alec Boehm, Justin Crawford. You still have 5 spots that are very questionable.
Sure. And look, I mean, if you want to take an optimistic approach to this, you can go through a lot of the different players that you mentioned. And is one guy just going to flip the switch and go on a crazy run? Probably not. But from here on out, can JT Realmuto, who I actually think has swung the bat a little bit better here lately, can he give you a 680 OPS from here to the end of the season? Can Alec Boehm, if he's going to be the guy, if he's going to continue to be here, can he give you a 700 OPS from now till the end of the season? Because, is it for what he is, and it's a tough watch for me. He had over an 800 OPS in May. Can he be that guy here on out? Maybe. Turner, can he be a guy that doesn't give you a 630 OPS for the remainder of the year, and he's a little bit more against his career norms? You go back to his 23 season, he stunk, right? The whole standing ovation in August, and he turned it on and ended up salvaging his season. He was sitting in the mid 600s in terms of his OPS, finished in the mid to upper 700s. Can he do that type of rebound again? If he can, and 2 or 3 of those things happen, then you can go out and get a fringe piece, an incremental upgrade, and then all of a sudden you have a decent offense paired with elite pitching, and then like that's a different conversation. It's one thing to say we have elite level, top 3, top 4 pitching and a middle of the pack offense. It's a different thing when you say we have elite pitching and we have a bottom 4 offense, which is what we're talking about right now.
So would you say that this offense now is worse than the previous incarnations?
Oh my God. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, for as much as we talk about this Phillies offense like a year ago, in the playoffs, how it's going to go in October. Mike, if you go back and look at that offense a year ago in terms of batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, they were a top 5 to top 7 offense by almost every key metric. Like that was a top tier. It was aggravating to watch, and we all knew the flaws. But that was by comparison a much, much better offense than the product that you're watching this year. I mean, this is dismal by almost every single measure.
And that's with Brandon Marsh having, arguably, we were talking about the other day. I'll give you the over-under, 3.5 All-Stars. What do you got?
Well, I think Sanchez for sure. I think Duran gets in. I think Schwarber will be in. And I'm going to say that Harper, who's really had a tough 2 weeks here, will rebound, pushes OPS up somewhere near 900. The game's in Philly. I'm going to go yes on Harper and say 4 guys. I don't think that Marsh is in. You look around the outfield right now, like I understand he's hitting 333. It leads the National League. If he can maintain that and he's hitting 340 come selection time, that's a different story. But, I mean, he's got the 9th best OPS amongst all National League outfielders right now. Like, he's having a great year, and I really credit him. I just don't know when you start selecting all-star teams, the Phillies aren't really good enough to be a 5-6 guy team, You
haven't mentioned Wheeler yet either.
Yeah, and I mean, like Wheeler, I think is obviously hurt by missing the first month. He's been awesome. If he can continue to pitch at this level and you get to July and he's sitting there with a 2 ERA, it's going to be hard to leave him off the team. But if you had to pick it right now, I don't think he's on because of the time he's missed. And there have been a number of big-time arms in starting pitching in the National League this season.
Let's go back to Marsh a little bit here and I saw your tweet about him last, I guess that was over the weekend when they hit for him in the 6th. Yeah. It ends up working out for him. But how are we to view Brandon Marsh? He has not hit lefties at all. Now, the sample size this year is small, but he has held his own. Are we supposed to now say, you know what? This guy has turned the corner. He is an everyday player. What's your read?
Yeah, well, I think the opportunity has kind of come about because they've been so bad from the right side. And if all things had gone according to plan, I don't think Brandon Marsh would have ever gotten this opportunity. I think that we've been down this road with him a number of times where we say, like, look, we just cannot do this again. This is a terrible experiment. But because of the circumstances being what they are, he's been given another opportunity again out of necessity, and he's taken advantage of it. It is a very small sample. It is early in terms of his ability to hit left-handers, but he has held his own. And given what he is against right-handed pitching and where they're at in terms of they have zero depth. They have no other option. They have no choice but to see if he's going to be this guy. And that's what sort of annoyed me on Saturday night against the Dodgers. And you're right. Like, it worked out sort of. I mean, they brought Edmundo Sosa into the game. He had a horrible at bat. And then the wraparound 2 innings later, he hits the home run and they win the game. Mm-hmm. That's not what the move was, though. Like, he happened to stay in the game and it worked out. But, like, that's not – to me, it's like if you're going to say you're a guy, we think you're an all-star, we believe in you, we really think that you're taking the next step. Like, I don't know how you hit for your cleanup hitter in the 6th inning of a game. Like, I'm all about the analytics. I'm all about matchups. I understand the career splits. I know that Sosa does damage against lefties, Marsh doesn't. But, like, what message does that send to Brandon Marsh as he's having this resurgent year? Like, if he's your dude, then let him be your dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, so why? What happened? Like, because they haven't been doing this. Why there? What happened? Like, who got to him is it's almost like who got to you and said, listen, this is how we do things. We hit for Marsh in that spot. Like, it almost was like an outer body experience all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you don't see managers often make moves like that in that part of the order in situations, especially that early. I really just think that Don Mattingly is hyper aware that he has a very struggling offense right now. And I think that was a situation where they just leaned into the splits. You have a tough lefty there. And I think they just said, let's look at the career numbers and try to make something happen. And like, I don't fault them necessarily for feeling like that in the moment, but I would have liked to have seen them stick with Marsh. And look, like you said, it worked out. Who am I to question it? I guess I just didn't really understand it in that moment. You're going to need Brandon Marsh to be a guy, given what this offense is. I probably in the sixth inning of that spot would have let him,
Well, with the
swing
season he's having, 333, 363 on base, 478 slug, 840 OPS. The power hasn't been there much, just 5 home runs, 25 RBI. But with the year he's having, you still we would all say they have to improve that spot in the order still. You can't hit him fourth.
No, by no measure should Brandon Marsh, even this, iteration of him be hitting in the cleanup spot. I mean, if you want to move him up into the top of the order, sure. If you want to slide him back and feel good about him in a 6th spot, like, sure. But and what really obviously kills you is that Bryce Harper, Marsh back to back, and then you're backing him up in the 5 spot with Alec Boehm, who basically is like hitting 6.43 fungos out there right now.
He has been a rough watch here recently because he did kind of turn his season.
Yeah, I'll never forget where I was when he had those 2.5 weeks, Mike.
Yes, indeed. The month of May has always been kind to Alec Boehm, but you're absolutely right. But you're right. Every time I see them put a lineup together and it's Marsh in the 4 hole, I have to ask myself, can a team realistically think they're a World Series contender, even with this version of Brandon Marsh hitting 4th? And the answer I come up with every single time is no. It's like the day they wrote JT Realmuto's name into the 5 hole, and I said, okay, yeah, if you're Dave Dombrowski, you have to say to yourself, I can't accept this. I have to do something different. And the problem is the different move's not there. So would you think that Byron Buxton is a possibility at all?
Well, I mean, look, they've done deals with that team in the past. Byron Buxton has been historically reluctant to move. Does he make sense for the Phillies? Sure, he does. But it really is going to just come down to will he move? And, is he willing to stick around in Minnesota and try to bring the team back to prominence? I don't know at this point in his career. He's an imperfect player. He's obviously dealt with a ton of injuries, and he's an imperfect player because of his inability over the course of his career to stay on the field. But when he's on the field, he's obviously a very good player. He would be a great addition and would certainly serve what the Phillies need right now. But yeah, I mean, look, they're going to have to do something. And whether it's a name guy or, the baiter of 2026, whatever the case may be, they certainly have work to do. And they're probably going to have to make 2 different additions in terms of the lineup.
All right. Would you rather, if I told you they're going to land up with either Byron Buxton or Mike Trout, do you have a preference?
Oh, I mean, look, I think we've all rolled our eyes about Mike Trout here coming home and all that stuff for the last half decade. But you can't deny that it wouldn't be an incredible story. And it would certainly give a team that sometimes you feel like lacks juice at this stage quite a bit of buzz. It would create electricity, right? Like if he came back here, you talk about the season he's having. I know he doesn't really hit for average anymore, but he still draws a ton of walks. He's obviously a power bat. He plays a fine outfield at this stage of his career. Just what that would do in terms of sort of jolting the fan base. Like I think that there are intangible considerations that would probably give me give him the nod in this situation. But obviously the contract is substantial. You'd have to do something and send something back to offset that to some degree. The Phillies are just not going to take on the remainder of that deal and assume all the financial risk.
So, by the way, if you brought him here, is he playing center field? Is he playing right field? How would that work in your estimation?
I think that you'd prefer at this point Mike Trout to play on the corner. I think that right now you would have a consideration like, how are we going to move forward? Is it going to be Crawford or Garcia in right field? It's funny you asked this question. Like Adolis Garcia, the story this week came in on the off day after the West Coast trip. He's hitting at Citizens Bank Park. He's doing everything he can to try to shake the slump. He has a double and a home run this week. He goes 3 for 10. Like everyone's like, has he turned the corner? Has he figured it out? It's like, that shows you, it illustrates just how bad the Phillies offense has been. Like, we're excited because Adolis Garcia went 3 for 10 this week against the Padres. Like,
well, I agree. And no, I don't see him turning things around. A question I asked yesterday is, can he get himself to 230?
yeah, I mean, heck, I would be okay if he hit 220, but like he's got to be a 20, 25 home run guy, and that's the primary issue. It's like, we know that he's not going to be a 260 hitter. That's all fine and well.
In that streak he was in, he struck out 30 times and 60 at bat. He was a lost soul. He at least drove the ball and hit the ball on the screws.
He drove the ball a little bit this week. He actually hit into some hard outs as well. He still struck out 3 times in 10 at bats. So, I mean, there's still some swing and miss there. But look, like, you're looking for some improvement right now. Like, again, if you can get this offense to rank somewhere between like 15 and 19 here on out, like, then maybe you have a shot. But it's funny, like, you asked the question coming in, what is this team? Are they closer to the elites of the National League, or are they kind of one of these teams that's like just in this jumbled mess right now? And it's like really hard to say they're anything but one of many contenders for a wild card. I mean, like, they still have a negative 22 run differential. And like, yes, it's been much better under Dom Mattingly. It's actually like over plus 30 since he's been here in 34 games. But like, the thing you have to keep in mind is the Phillies in their last, let's see, the last 17 times the Phillies have scored 3 or fewer runs, they're 9-8. Like, they're playing over 500 ball when scoring 3 runs or fewer. The league winning percentage this season is .218 when you score 3 runs or fewer. .218 win percentage. And the Phillies are playing over 500. Like, that is not a sustainable formula. Like, this is not to come on here and be like, you shouldn't be happy that the Phillies are going to give you a summer of baseball. I think they're a wild card team. Like, the pitching is awesome, but like, you cannot sit here and be like, wow, they're 24-10 over their last 34 games. What more do you want? Like, you want it to be done with a formula that you can replicate. And like, you cannot ask Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, Jesus Luzardo to be perfect 3 out of every 5 times through the rotation. You just can't do it.
Well, we saw Wheeler, give up 4 home runs the other night, and they lose the game because, he gives up 4 runs. How dare he, right?
Yeah, how dare he? Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why, like, if you could get a Buxton or a Trout or Skubal, I still take Skubal because, to me, last year, my starting pitching absolutely shut the Dodgers down. Those games were toe-to-toe until they got to the bullpen. So, to strengthen my bullpen, I'm going to go get another starter that can get me deep into games and make those bullpen arms have to pitch even less.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's certainly an argument made for that. And like, this time around, you assume that you're going to have Wheeler added to the mix, like, which is a huge deal. But you don't have a Ranger Suarez. You don't have necessarily the confidence in the back end of the rotation to say like, hey, this time we're going to put Aaron Nola on the mound again, and we're going to be able to use Jesus Luzardo as a surplus arm out of the bullpen. Like, so yeah, going out, adding another starter, sure. And like, here's the other argument for doing that, even though I think it probably feels crazy to people. Like, you just go back and look at how the Dodgers survived in the playoffs last year. They have a great lineup, but that lineup was not a consistent performer last year. They pitched their way, and they were very creative with how they were able to deploy the surplus of starting pitching. That's how they won that championship a year ago.
And the big hits come from guys that are, Kiki Hernandez and Tommy Edman. And it's like, you just got to hope that you can get a hit here and a hit there when you need it, because their pitching's really good. But I map it out like this. If Sanchez pitches game 1 and you win, and Wheeler happens to lose game 2, do I want to turn game 3 over to Luzardo or have Skubal waiting there? And even if I happen to be, and then goes to Luzardo, and if it's 2-2, I'm turning the rotation back to Christopher Sanchez. That's probably my best roadmap to victory here.
Yeah, and when you have an offense that has 4 different holes in it, it's like, hey, can
6
we
different holes?
Yeah, can we be
6?
Can we be the? I'll give you another football reference, but like, can we be the 2000 Ravens of baseball? Like, we're just going to load up on one side, and it is going to be the thing that drags us across the finish line. With an offense that you hope runs into a couple home runs a few times and gets it done. I mean, that's
pretty sad though that we're at this conversation, Bob, with Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and some of the names that they do have. No, I mean, JT is starting to decline and get older. I was not a fan of that contract, but you paid him $15 million. You ain't getting 15 million ROI offensively, that's for sure.
No, and I don't. The reason why I'm not as quick to get on Real Muto, though he has struggled, is like he is a catcher in his mid-30s who's caught a ton of innings. It's part of the reason the Phillies were reluctant to re-sign him. But you look at his importance to the pitching staff, I think that there's a huge added value in that. And like he's a catcher, so like my tolerance for JT Realmuto's struggles, he needs to be a little bit better. But I can take that. The Trey Turner contract and the way that he has played is the one that is just, it's completely unacceptable, right? Like he is crushing them. And when you look at his decline or whatever you want to call it, if it's not a decline, just his overall struggles, and you pair that with Bryson Stott's inability to take a step, Alec Boehm's inability to take a step, or even, his ability to take a step back, which is what this has been. Like, those things crush you. And where, I'm not going to let the Phillies off the hook for this, but Aiden Miller was the insurance policy. It's like, well, if Alec Boehm stinks, then we have Miller waiting. He's ready. If Boehm plays okay, but Bryson Stott's the guy who stinks, we have Aiden Miller ready, and he was the insurance policy. And at this point, I don't know if he's going to get on the field and play a competitive game this summer.
To me, that's the story of the week, Bob. I'm glad you brought it up. It's a lost season for that kid. He's not going to play. Lack of development. As you just said, he was the insurance policy, and he's also the biggest trade chip if that's the way you had to go. Now he's out on all fronts. No, I would be shocked if he took an at-bat this year.
I would bet against it. And if he does, it's probably going to be 20 games. It's not going to be a situation where you feel like he can help you at the major league level this year. I guess anything's possible, but I don't see that. And you said it, even in terms of trade chips, I don't think that they would want to include Aiden Miller in any deal. But like you talk about Tarek Skubal or, name your big name bat. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, who in this system is palatable for a team that's looking to reload? I mean, could you make the argument that Andrew Painter is still probably one of the more enticing trade chips? You say like Andrew Painter is a guy that we hope in 2 years can be what we expected him to be. He's obviously not that right now, but another team that can afford to have a little bit more patience says like, yeah, we want him. And then you come in and you go out and sign a Michael Lorenzen type to fill out your rotation. Like that's like one of your few really meaningful trade chips. Dante Nori's obviously a name that's going to get a lot of attention. We'll see. There's some guys, but like there's not like a ton of names that teams are just going to be like, oh, we got to have him. Gage Wood, I guess. Like, sure, like he'd be a guy of interest certainly, but I don't think the Phillies really want to move Gage Wood at all. So,
nope. Yep. And I would imagine that Gage Wood is probably at Reading now as the hope that if somebody here gets hurt, that he might have to be the next guy up.
I'm glad you said it. I think that there's a reality where if we're some Orion Kerkering shaky outings and some more Brad Keller shaky outings away as we go into August, and you get to the final couple weeks of August and Gage Woods just lighting it up, do they say, you know what, like let's bring this guy up here and see if he can get 3 outs for us? They did it with Kerkering a few years back in 23. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be shocked.
You're talking about as a relief guy.
As a reliever, yes.
Yeah. Much like I talked about this the other day, how the Dodgers used Sasaki last year. I mean, he was a starter, and then they just said, look, you're going to go close. Now, on this team, obviously, they don't need a closer. I don't know how you feel about Keller, but
it's been rough. There's some, I guess, underlying metrics that say the arm, the stuff, it all looks the same, and it'll even itself out, but he's been, I won't say brutal, but it's been a tough watch more often than not.
Every time he come in, no command of his stuff at all. He just never commands anything. Bob Wankel, the Fighting Words podcast, and of course, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat for you here. Phillies and the White Sox tonight. This White Sox team, currently a playoff team. If the playoffs were to start today, they have the same exact record as the Phils, and it's a 3-game set. And we'll talk about more on Monday. Thanks, man.
Talk soon.
All right, there's Bob. And, of course, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Our Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. My guys over at Clark's Moving and Storage. Down in Rio Grande, let me tell you, You're looking for a big move. You got to move the whole house. You got to move from one end of the island to the other end of the island or offshore. Don't do it yourself. Trust my guys, Clark's Moving and Storage. One time, they'll get it done. Believe me, I used them. You should too. 609-889-0780. My guys from Clark's Moving and Storage. Visit clarksmoving.net. They're an authorized agent for Wheaton Worldwide Moving, so they can move you across the country or even around the world. Coming up, it is today's edition of Knicks Nuggets. Celebrate the World Cup 2026. This is really cool. Soccer Fest, Camden Waterfront. This sounds like one of those days you go out, buddies, all day. June 25th through the 27th from noon to 10. Pick a day. Watch across all 3 days. Huge screens. Sign up for New Jersey Youth Soccer Association sessions held at Rutgers Camden Field. Shop local at the Made in Camden Village. Check out the International Food Market, South Jersey's award-winning wineries and breweries, live music, and more. Be sure to take the Patco to City Hall Station or take the New Jersey Transit River Line. Register for free tickets in advance at soccerfest26.com. So, World Cup coming to Philadelphia. Those 3 days, June 25th through the 27th, you can hang out and watch it at Soccer Fest at the Camden Waterfront. All right, time for the Nuggets today. Nick Earnshaw's back here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Let's dive into a Friday pack of Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. What's up, Nick?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Listen, a lot going on. We got the NBA Finals. There's a couple of things I want to get to with that. But first, we got to start with the fight-ins. Another night, no baseball last night because they played during the day. You guys were at Ventnor Social, you and PG, having a good time. But I still have a little bit concern, and I think most people do with the offense. We know they're in the market for a right-handed bat. Who isn't in Major League Baseball? And nugget number one is I want to pose a question to you. Now, obviously, they moved Trey Turner to the second spot. He still hasn't been great. So he started off hot, hit those first 2 home runs in those first 2 games. When he moved back down to the second spot, they moved Schwarber up. In the 6 games since then, he has gone just 6 for 24. That's a .250 batting average with 6 strikeouts, 0 extra base hits in 6 games since those first 2 when he got moved. So my question to you is, obviously he's the guy I think that could really spark this lineup a little bit more forward. But out of him, Trey, Adolis, who's actually heated up, who had an awful month of May, Adolis Garcia, JT Realmuto, Bryson Stott, as well as Alec Boehm, out of those guys, who is going to be the guy that is going to step up offensively in the month of June and July? Who gets hot heading into the summer? Your prediction, Mike Gill.
Yikes. I would be more willing to bet that Brandon Marsh comes back down to earth.
He's not one of those. Hey, you can't pick Brandon Marsh. No picking Brandon Marsh. You got to pick one of the guys I said because I did that on purpose. No picking Marsh.
I know. I'm saying my inclination would say I feel more confident that Marsh comes back down to earth than any of the guys get back. But I would guess Trey Turner would have to be in the conversation because he's been so bad. Boehm has been I don't even know how to describe him. He's just so terrible right now in terms of he just has no power. He just can't hit with any authority whatsoever. But his average is up to like 210 from wherever it was. And then maybe the other guy would be, I guess, Stott. I don't know. I mean, you're not giving me great options here.
That's my point. I'm not giving you great options. They went into the season with those guys as your lineup, expecting them to be big contributors. The one guy who I really have no confidence in, and I mean, you could pick any of them, is JT Realmuto. Remember, we have 3 more years on the JT contract. 3 more years on JT. He's batting 260.
2 after this.
Wow. Yeah, you know what I mean. This year, next, and then the next. So you gave him 3 years. 3 years you gave him last year. I don't feel confident picking any of them either. Trey Turner's been a massive disappointment. And he's at the top of your lineup, and that's going to hurt Schwarber as well. Because couldn't you just put Schwarber on and then say, hey, let's get to Trey Turner? That guy can't hit.
Well, I think you're seeing a lot of that now. Why Harper is starting to struggle so much is because people are just kind of pitching around, he has had a rough 2-week stretch here, and that kind of lines up with when they made the move to switch Turner and Schwarber in the top spot. So, yeah, we know we keep saying they're one bat short. They're probably 3 bats short.
Yeah. Yeah, we talk about the right-handed bat all the time, right? Like, we're like, they need a right-handed bat would fix this entire lineup. Well, yes, it would probably fix a lot of issues. You also have guys that just are not contributing, that just have not done the job. Trey Turner on a massive deal. He's a right-handed bat. He's giving you squat. He led the league last year. He won the batting title. So, they're not getting production out of those guys. That's why I think the window ended last year with the Kerkering overthrow, and you have aging guys, the JTs of the world. Turner is taking a step back this year. While Schwarber and Harper have been great, Marsh is giving you something as well. You signed Adolis Garcia, who has a great arm, is fantastic in right field, cannot hit. He had one of the worst months of his career. He even said it. He even knew, hey, this is probably one of the worst ones I've ever had. Not just this year or the past couple of years, ever that he has had in his career. So I don't know what they could do at the deadline. This is why when we've talked about multiple times, I would just go all in on pitching because I don't think there's a bat out there that could fix this lineup. It's these guys, which is the same story it's been for 3-4 years. They have to produce. They have to hit. And they are not doing that right now. They've been much better. They're winning ball games, but man, do they have to upgrade that offense. It is atrocious. And the only way I see it is if these guys start stepping up later in the year.
Problem is, there are no legitimate options outside of, say, if you really, really believe Mike Trout is going to be traded, okay, he would be an option. And Byron Buxton, he would be a improvement over what you currently have. Outside of that, yes, you would get guys who would improve over what you have. Like Taylor Ward is probably better than Adolis Garcia. But is he significant upgrade? Is he making your team go from what they are now to automatic World Series contender? Not really. So outside of getting Mike Trout or Byron Buxton, or anybody in that realm, the lineup thing is what it is. It's just not a good lineup. So your best option is what you did last year. You shut the Dodgers down. You outpitched them. You went mano-a-mano from them until you turned it over to your bullpen. So if your starting rotation is deeper this time around, your bullpen is better this time around, you're going to have to win games 3-2, 2-1, 4-3. That's how the Dodgers beat you. The Dodgers didn't come out and score 10 runs a game. They beat you because they got into your bullpen. So my best option, if I can't get the 2 guys that I'm talking about, if I can get those guys, fine. I go out and get those guys, and that tries to help out my lineup, which I still don't think is going to be good enough. But my best option now is to make my strength even stronger.
Yep, I think that's where you're at with this team and this iteration of the Phillies at their ages, etc. Trout's going to be too expensive. He's going to cost too much. I would not want to pay Mike Trout for all those years. Someone who is similar to Joel Embiid has trouble staying on the field, okay? He gets hurt a lot. It's unfortunate. I would love to see Mike Trout in a Phillies uniform. I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. And I wouldn't want to give up capital because you already have a weak farm system in the first place to go get Mike Trout. I would rather use that capital on a Tarek Skubal and finding a way to get your pitching to another level. It's already fantastic. You mentioned you outpitched the Dodgers last year, but what the Phillies need to do is they got to figure out those little mistakes that cost them last year. Yes, the bullpen struggled as well, but they had those little mistakes, a bunt here in this situation, a bad base running mistake. Those type of mistakes also cost them in the postseason against the Dodgers in the NLDS. They could have won on the margins a couple of times, and they choked it away. That can't happen with a veteran team. You get a great pitching performance out of Sanchez, Wheeler. You can't make those stupid mistakes on the base pass, an error here or something along those lines. That can't happen. They have to be better on the margins and just outpitch people in the postseason. That's how they're going to make at least some semblance of a run.
Well, they're going to have to almost do what the Braves did a couple of years ago when they went out and got like 4 players on the margin. What year was that when they went and won the World Series when Acuna got hurt and they went out and got a bunch of just like mid-tier guys, and all of 4 of those mid-tier guys turned out to like have their best stretch of baseball from the trade deadline to when they got traded to the Braves. Whatever year they won the World Series without Acuna a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think it was that 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not somewhere around there. I think that's what.
They went out and made like 4 trades.
Yep, 2021. That was it. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's what they have to do. And I think just make your strength even stronger because that's how they'll win. There's not an impact right-handed bat out there that's going to change the line. And even if you go get that bat, the other guys still have to produce. That's part of the whole equation. The other guys that I just mentioned, who we can't even choose, who it's like a disaster to try and pick. Well, maybe Turner will turn it around, or, Bohm could turn it around. He still got off the field stuff. Stott, maybe. Like, that's what we're doing. You could go get the bat, but if those guys don't produce you still have to win on the margins. You still have to win the 3-2 game, the 4-3 game, because you're still going to need to outpitch the Dodgers. So, I would just make your strength even stronger if I'm the Phillies. That's how I would approach the deadline if you want to go win a World Series this year.
I would agree. That's, to me, as I mapped out the other day, you start the series with Sanchez, Wheeler. If you win both of those games, now you have Skubal. If you split those games, you have Skubal to try to get it to 2-1. Yep. I would certainly take my chances in a series with those 3 guys rather than my third guy being Luzardo, and there's a possibility that one of my top 2 guys slips up. If one of my top 2 guys slips up and my third guy is Luzardo, I still feel pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going for all in on pitching this year. You can never, and it's the old adage, you can never have too much pitching. All right, nugget number 2. So I was watching this, and the Knicks are up 1-0, which makes me absolutely sick in the NBA Finals. It's not looking too good for my Spurs. Maybe Wemby could pull one out tonight for me. All right, Wemby, like, you had a bad game in game 1. Figure it out tonight. But there was something off the court that has bothered me for years, and it's not just the basketball. It's all sports when they do this. And I got to give Jalen Brunson credit. So he was interviewed, Mike, on ESPN, and they asked him about the promotional videos regarding the NBA Finals. Now, I don't know if you noticed, in recent years, they've done this a lot, where they film the players for promos for the Finals, Stanley Cup, World Series, etc., whatever it may be, Super Bowl. They're holding the trophy. I think that is a massive red flag, an absolute violation. Holding the trophy, being in the same room as the trophy, the Larry O'Brien in this case, Jalen Brunson decided not to be a part of ESPN's promotional commercials and videos with the Larry O'Brien trophy. Now, Karl-Anthony Towns, he picked it up. I mean, he was holding it. The picture of him holding it was unbelievable. But, Mike, nugget number 2, are you in favor of touching, being in the same room, holding the trophy before you win it? Because I am out on that. I think that is a no-go, bad luck. You can't do it.
I did hear Brunson talk about this, and he said no comment on why he wouldn't even come in the room or anything like that. Now, I do have a photo of me with the Larry O'Brien trophy.
You're not playing
that one.
Have
you ever seen that picture? Have you seen that picture?
No, I actually haven't seen that picture. I have not seen that picture. But you're not playing. If you're playing in the game, you can't be holding the trophy. That is a faux pas out of faux pas out of faux pas.
So now that Brunson has done that, are you now leaning towards rooting for him?
Hell no. I respect the move. I cannot root for a New York team. I respect the hell out of that move. That's a guy, I'm all board with that. All right. I agree. That is the one thing I can agree with him. If he wasn't in a Knick uniform, he'd probably be my favorite player. If he was not in a Knick uniform. But like all these players holding the trophy prior, I think that's a massive faux pas. I think that's bad luck. Don't you?
Yeah. Well, listen, I wouldn't. If it were me, I would probably refrain. Yes. But each individual person different. What did the Spurs do?
Wembanyama was in the room. He got the picture with it. You know how they do the promotional stuff like before the game, and they're like showing them looking at the Larry O'Brien trophy. I need none of that. No go.
Now, what do you
out.
think of? Have you seen this thing? So the guy ran onto the floor the other night and took the selfie.
You know what? That's a nugget that got cut the other day. I could get to it. We got time.
Hold on. So the guy runs on the floor and takes a selfie with Wembanyama, right?
Yes.
And now he's banned for life.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes, I did see that.
Okay,
now I have
an
opinion on that.
But what's your opinion on him getting banned for life? Because you can't have people running on the floor doing it. You got to throw the guy. He's done. You're banned. I get that.
Well,
but
I tweeted this out too. He's a jackass no matter what. However, dude, you could have at least gotten the photo. He didn't even tilt the phone up. He didn't even get Wemby's face in the video that he took. It was a bad job all around.
Bad job. But have you seen that Buffalo Wild Wings is now looking for the guy, and they're offering him like free wings to come there? He said, you got banned from watching the game at wherever. We'll offer you here. And they're getting ripped now because they're saying, why are you giving this guy any credence for running onto the floor? So I'm interested to see if, number one, they find the guy, and if Buffalo Wild Wings decides to say, you know what, we got so much backlash on this, we're not going to give the guy the free wings.
Usually is bad press, good press. Your name's out there. I don't know if you want to be involved with this. All right. You don't incentivize people running on the court. People want to watch the game.
Exactly.
Hey, come on.
Now
and what an idiot.
Here it
How
is.
do you not
Here
get
it
the
is.
photo? You didn't even get the photo. He got his chest. He got spurs. He didn't even get Wembanyama in the photo. That's how bad of a job he did. Like, if you're going to run out there, at least get the photo. Come on.
Here it is. It says, Internet, help us find the banned fan. He can watch the rest of the finals at B-Dubs on us.
No W's around there. All right. No dubs. All right. That's a bad job by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bad job.
Yeah, they're getting the comments section is just blasted.
Yeah. The chat's probably not too thrilled with that one. Look, see, you see the picture? If you're watching on X, YouTube, on @973, @Mike Gill Show, he didn't even get Wemby's face in the photo. I'm out. I'm out.
I'm out too. Because the guy runs onto the floor, he's banned for life. He needs to go.
Yeah, he's gone. I'm out. All right, before I get out of here, I got one final nugget for you. Okay? Bigger event in Manhattan or possibly MSG, according to TMZ. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift are supposedly getting married in Manhattan, and a possible venue could be Madison Square Garden. That came out today. Travis Kelce and the Swift wedding could be at Madison Square Garden via TMZ. Now, it's nothing official yet, but it's confirmed that it's going to happen in New York City. So, bigger event for Madison Square Garden. Swift Kelce wedding, the most expensive finals game ever. Game 3 of the NBA Finals this year. Bigger event.
I saw Nikki nosebleed seats tonight or not for tonight, but for tonight for Game 3 for Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
Nikki nosebleed, the last highest seat in there. How much do you think it is?
$8,000.
$10,000.
Yep. All right, it's gone up. Yeah, since I last checked. So that's why I asked, which is the bigger event, the Swift wedding or Game 3 of the finals for the Knicks?
I think the Knicks thing. I think the Knicks thing right now.
That's a tough one for me. I'm going to call it a draw. How about that?
All right. Happy Hour Friday to you.
See ya.
All right. There you go. There's our nuggets today on the Sports Bash. A little early nugs on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Of course, coming up today at 4:30, we'll talk a little Phillies fastball with the guys. Oscar and Jeff jump on board to talk a little Phillies fastball, getting ready for the White Sox series this weekend. You don't see the White Sox here all that much. Coming up on the other side, Jeff Mosher is back. He's pinch hitting for Adam Caplan, who pinch hit for Jeff Mosher on Wednesday for today's football at 4. We got a lot of birds to get to next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3. Plus tonight, it's my NFL Friday 5 at 5:30, my 5 favorite games of week number 4. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, you can get Inside the Birds on all podcasting platforms. And it is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. The place to go for all the big games, big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. And check out Phillies baseball tonight and game number 2 of the NBA Finals. I keep saying 3 because we're going to hockey game 3, which great hockey game last night. I turned on the hockey game, and literally when I flipped the channel back to the game, Jarvis scores the goal. I was like, well, that happened quickly. So Carolina ties it up 1-1 for the Stanley Cup Finals. Tonight, the Knicks take on the Spurs, and you can check that out at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort. Ocean's go-to game day destination with huge screens, great drinks, and all the sports bet action you want. Jeff Mosher will be jumping in today's Football at 4 chair. And, of course, the Eagles now making their trade for A.J. Brown. And a lot of people talking about A.J. Brown and the comments that he made that are they getting taken out of proportion? The fact that he said that he didn't leak information out. I think this is where this is being misconstrued a little bit. Brown has essentially said that he knows that he can tell the media things because it will get them to pay attention. He's not saying like, I'm going to the media as a sources tell me, and that source happens to be A.J. Brown. He's saying, I'm telling the media when they ask me things. That's why I answer in the way that I do. Here's some of the stuff that A.J. Brown, he's saying, I'm not a villain. I just say things to try to get the team to focus.
I wouldn't say a villain because some of the things that was done, it was done purposely to give us a push. Mm-hmm. You know, I know if I say something in the media, I know it's going to propel us to work on it because now everybody's talking about it. You know, so it's like, are we going to fix it or not?
So he's saying, in other words, what's wrong with the offense? Passing. He's not leaking information. He's telling the media what's wrong. Passing. So he says the noise outside sometimes, you know, that the noise couldn't be ignored. And, you know, it was his way of trying to fix things.
I feel like we just started pressing as a team and you know, the noise that come with it because everybody's expecting it. And you can try to, like, deny it all you want to. Like, you know, we're defending champs and, you know, we said it all year. We're not defending nothing, but, you know, we are. We were, and, you know, and it was a conversation that, you know, we spoke about in the locker room. Obviously, you know, we said what we need to be said in the media, but it didn't go away because that was always the mission. Instead, I think the mission should have been, you know, just giving your all each and every day, let the chips fall where they may, because you can't control the outcome.
So this whole week has been a very interesting one. Let's bring Jeff Mosher in. And yesterday, you know, we broke down a lot of what happened at the OTAs, the Eagles moving on now, obviously without A.J. Brown, but a lot has been talked about it. A.J. Brown is being made out like he was secretly going behind closed doors and telling media members stuff as a quote-unquote source, and that's not really what ended up happening here.
Yeah, I don't want to go really too far down a rabbit hole on this particular subject. I'm not talking about A.J. Brown. I'm talking about because it's become just so commonplace, but when one sentence of a video or one line in a story is taken and put out there with no context, and then everybody reacts to it on the toxic social media platforms that we have, this is what results. I understood. I watched the full video of what AJ was saying. He was saying when he was talking to the media, he was, as you were just playing, saying things to get it out there. He wanted it known. He thought that would help push teammates. That's not leaking. He's not saying he was secretly going to play, you know, people in the media and saying so. That's just not AJ's style. So, yeah, I mean, even today, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it at all, but like, I wrote something for Philly Voice on Saquon Barkley, Tank Bigsby, the running styles, made an innocuous statement about how Tank Bigsby, his style of running is a better fit ordinarily for a wide zone because he's a one-cut runner and has played under center or ran from under center before than Saquon Barkley. In that story, I made it clear Saquon Barkley is the bell cow. It doesn't matter who's more familiar with the scheme, but now, people have taken an aggregation in one sentence and making it seem like I'm saying Bigsby's better than Saquon Barkley or Barkley can't be a good one-cut runner, but there is a difference. And I was just highlighting that.
All right, Mosher. So life after A.J. Brown, it's something that you guys discussed on Inside the Birds. Let's kind of look at this. Devontae Smith without A.J. Brown, is he different? Do they use him differently? How does his life after A.J. Brown kind of work now?
Well, his life means a lot more targets, Mike. I mean, because you look at the situation and, I mean, he's clear and far above any other receiver on the team right now in terms of proven talent and what he is. So you would be crazy not to think that Jalen Hurts will be looking to get him the ball as much as possible. But what he isn't is a natural X receiver. He can win from the outside. He can win from the X occasionally, but he's a very slight of frame. He's not 210 pounds like A.J. Brown. So you're not going to place him at the X spot and have him run the main three routes that you normally see X receivers run, which are deep down the sideline, deep dig, where you cut across the middle of the field, or the hitch, which everybody loved the hitch routes, the comeback hitch. So when you're still going to see Devontae Smith playing Z receiver, moving around, occasionally lining up in the slot, and probably having a more diverse route tree, which is good because he's a great route runner. Probably the best. He's always been the best route runner on the team, even with A.J. Brown. And they'll use him that way and try to get him the help of using space and good play action under center, which draws linebackers in and creates space over the middle.
So obviously, because we were looking at other offenses that use Sean Mannion's style, we think anyway, like the 2023 Niners, where like Brandon Ayuk had over 1,000 yards. He was the high volume receiver. Then the tight end was the next guy. The next, Debo was the next wide receiver. He only had like 800 yards. We look at the Rams. You got Puka Nacua, who's a high volume guy. Devontae Adams is like 700 yards. So he's way next down the list. You look in where else did we look? I think Seattle, where Jackson Smith.
Green Bay is a good example of, having a lot of different receivers. Yeah. Jacksonville, same type of offense. And I think the Eagles I think the goal is to look like those 2023 Niners you were talking about, because if you look at yards, yes, Ayuk had the 1,300 yards and I think 8 touchdowns, which, you would take from Devontae Smith. You could certainly see that kind of season. That would be the most yards of his career. But if you look at receptions, all 4 of those guys were between 60 and 75. It was very spread out between McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo. And touchdowns, I think 3 of them had 7, 1 of them had 6 receiving touchdowns. So very spread out. The Eagles, I don't know if they have enough, if their talent is ready for that yet. Devontae Smith is, and I think obviously Goddard can be if he stays healthy, but you're still waiting for guys like Lemon and Stowers to really grow and mature before they can probably consider themselves equivalents in a reception or a receiving touchdown share. But it is a chance for Dontavian Wicks to exceed his totals from his time in Green Bay.
All right, let's get to Wicks, because what is Wicks here? What was he there? What is he here?
Yeah, I mean, he's a player who's moved around, but he has the body of an X receiver. I mean, he's over 200 pounds. He's right around 6'1". I mean, he's a big, strong, physical guy, and he can play that X spot. I mean, but he's also versatile. He can move around. He's got good contested catch skills. He's got pretty good hands. I haven't studied him enough to know what kind of route runner he is. We'll hit up Greg Cosell for that on Inside the Birds next time we have him on. But because he's a true natural X receiver, he can give you that alignment there, and then it's up to him and Jalen Hurts to make it work from a connection standpoint.
Mekhi Lemon, who has a hamstring problem right now. I mean, that's not a great way to start things off here, but when you look at those other offenses that we kind of talk about, does he compare to somebody that you could say, oh, he'll remind me a lot of what so-and-so did so-and-so or somewhere?
If he was a little bit more explosive, and he's a good player. When I say explosive, I'm talking about the run element, like, how fast you are. And then, he's a little undersized. I might try to make a Jaden Reed comparison, but I don't think he can be used gimmicky like Reed is on sweeps and things like that. But Jaden Reed is a great inside receiver for the Packers because he's versatile and he can make yards after the catch. So there might be a little bit of a comp there in usage, because that's what Mekhi Lemon's going to mostly be right now, a slot receiver. He'll get a few opportunities on the outside, but when they're in 11 personnel, you're going to want Devontae Smith on one outside spot. You're going to want Wicks or Marquise Brown on one outside spot, maybe Darius Cooper, who knows? And you're going to see Lemon on the inside a lot.
The one guy there too, Tucker Kraft, who played 8 games last year, he had 32 catches for almost 500 yards and 6 touchdowns. Do you see similar production out of Dallas Goedert?
Well, if Dallas Goedert of 5 years ago, yes. Dallas Goedert of now is starting to get up there. His blocking regressed a little bit last year. He can still catch the ball really well. But I think, when I think of Dallas Goedert prime, like just 3 or 4 years ago, what was that year where he had just a terrific year, stayed healthy? I think he had close to 600 yards that year, maybe more. I'd have to go back and look. He had 830 yards on 56 catches in 2021. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, that was Tucker. I mean, Tucker Kraft's really good, very, very good. So,
and then
the Eagles don't have that guy yet because Goddard is a little bit past his prime, and Eli Stowers isn't ready to block like Kraft can.
Yeah, like 2023, the next receiver after Ayuk in San Francisco was Kittle. So It shows you how involved the tight end can be in this offense.
Yeah. What did Goddard have last year? Goddard had a pretty good year too, because he had 11 touchdowns. He had 600 yards.
Yeah, he had a lot of those little touchdowns on like the inside pitch. He had 3 or 4 of those.
Yeah. But his yards per catch last year was a little bit. It's been starting to regress. It was almost 12 2 years ago, and then last year it was
Dallas Goedert is a much better version of like L.J. Smith. It was like, this is the year L.J. Smith's going to have the big year, and it just never came. Like, we always think that Goddard's ready for that big breakout because he was behind Ertz for those first couple of years.
Yeah,
but you always felt like if he was given the chance, and then he always gets hurt.
Yeah. I mean, Kraft for the last 2 years has been at 14.1 yards per catch, and last year was 15.3 yards per catch before he got hurt. So that's quite different than Goddard, whose average per catch for his career is around 11.4. So again, not that Goddard's not. I'm not trying to sit here and say anything bad about Goddard. He's just not. Kraft's got a little extra juice to him.
What kind of role and impact does Hollywood Brown have?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm we can talk about it and we've surmised it on Inside the Birds, but he's weird in that he's what you would think is a deep threat receiver who has not necessarily been used that way, especially as of late. Early Baltimore, he had some when he had 1,000 yards. He was up around year 2. He was up around 13.5 yards per catch. That's still not a lot compared to what Deshaun Jackson was for the Eagles, right? I mean, again, his average per catch for his career is 11.6. That's not really stretching the field the way you think of a guy who I think ran a 4.2 at the combine or whatever it was. So
he's a blazer. We know that.
Yeah, but he can run. He is quick. He's got Jimmy Kemsky has written about this in Philly Voice. He's got really good body control for a small guy, so he's got a decent amount of production in the red zone. Catch the ball and get upfield on screens, which is how the Chiefs used to use them a lot. So I'm really kind of interested to see what purpose, or not what purpose, but what role he winds up bringing to the. I would have to think in 11 personnel, if it's 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 7, probably going to have him on the field.
Right, and look, the Eagles, it's funny because the 3rd wide receiver, or even maybe I don't know, would he be I guess he would be would you say he's the the third or fourth option. Fourth option, I guess, right?
I would call him the four. Well, I would call him and Wicks interchangeable depending on down and distance. You might want to have Wicks in there on 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. You might want to have Brown in there 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. Again, it all, if you're in the red zone, I would ordinarily say you might want to have Wicks, but again, Brown's been pretty good in the red zone in his career, so he gives him optionality. He gives him depth.
Well,
the question is,
like,
what if Darius Cooper is really good, Mike? What if he's like really good? Okay, because remember, if you're the fourth
they like him a lot.
Receiver, yeah, and if you're the 4th or the 5th receiver, you got to contribute in some way on special teams. So we already know the top 3 because of their contract or their draft status are Smith, Wicks, and Lemon. Brown 4 right now. Does Cooper make it as a 5? And then what does that do to Johnny Wilson? What if they like another wide receiver? There's a lot. Eli Moore is on the team. Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to figure out there.
How about Elijah Mitchell?
How about it? Did you see the, I don't know if you happen to know, I wrote this funny sort of story that some people took way too seriously about why are the Eagles so obsessed with the 49ers? Because they have like 5 or 6 of former 49ers on their roster right now.
Yeah,
and
who was the running back? The running back from the 3rd rounder that they got from the Niners a couple of years ago.
Which one? There was Trey Sermon, and then there was Ty Davis Price.
Yeah,
don't forget Ty Davis Price. He was also a 3rd rounder.
Well, I was bringing up Sermon because wasn't he the guy that Sirianni mentioned? It was like, oh, he got a shout out,
Yep, he was. But there's Ambry Thomas, there's Tariq Castro-Fields, there's Cameron Latu. In the past, they've had like so many former 49ers. It's kind of funny.
Well, a little hibernation. Well, next week, the mandatories. So the mandatories are on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. So those will be some fact-finding stuff on this offense, I would imagine, right?
I would imagine so. Yep.
A little bit. We'll get a little bit there. AJ's not going to be there, so that's now done. You don't have to worry about, he didn't show up to the mandatories. He is out, obviously. We'll see. I think one of the big things will be this Mekhi Lemon, that hamstring situation. That kind of stinks. Hopefully he doesn't go into training camp with that thing lingering.
I hope not. That would suck. I agree. Yeah. But it is a long off season before. It's a long time before September 13th. So.
All right. Well, Jeff Mosher and the guys over at Inside the Birds, they did a whole breakdown of the Eagles wide receiver room without A.J. Brown. So check that out at the latest Inside the Birds podcast. Wherever you get your podcast, it's on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, at InsideTheBirds.com and Philly Voice for more from Jeff Mosher. Thanks, man.
You got it. Take care.
Happy Hour Friday to everybody out there. Jeff Mosher and the guys do a great job, of course, for Football at 4. And you can get more from them over at InsideTheBirds.com. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Hey, Cross County Connection presents 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles, providing fare free transportation across southern New Jersey, connected jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. Gas is pretty expensive. Go get a free ride. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. When we come back, Phillies Fastball for Friday, including the Phillies with 100 games left in the season. What are 3 issues that they still need to focus and tweak or fix to make themselves a World Series contender? Also, we will dive into the Phillies over the last 34 games, are 24-10. It's a pretty big sample size, right? 34 games. Is this the real Phillies? Please stand up. Please stand up. And the Phillies have the best one-run record in baseball. Is that sustainable? We'll dive into that and more coming up. Phillies Fastball. Oscar and Jeff will join us. You can watch it on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Subscribe and get the show for free every day. All right, 427 on the Sports Bash, 4 o'clock, 427, I should say. Getting ready for the Phils tonight. Our Phillies Fastball segment is brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to catch every Phillies game. We were there yesterday for the Phillies game. Great part about it is TV's everywhere. Got a chance to see the Phils from every angle yesterday, and they won in a way that they don't normally win by scoring runs. To them. We'll dive into that and more. Our Phillies Fastball segment with Jeff and Oscar is right now, brought to you by Ventnor Social. And we'll be back at Ventnor Social July 29th. And you're going to want to be there that day. It's your chance to win that trip to go to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. Jeff, Oscar, welcome back. A happy Friday to you guys as the Phillies get ready to take on the Chicago White Sox. You don't see the White Sox in town all that much. This team, you know, they've been a laughing stock the last couple of years. They're in the wild card right now in the American League.
Hey, guys, how are you? Great seeing you this Friday. What can we say, Mike? You said the name of the game is scoring runs, and we're definitely preventing runs. I don't know how much about the scoring runs, but the Phillies, believe it or not, right now, we wake up today, 29th in baseball in run scores. 29th in baseball.
That's not, Jeff, that's not sustainable. If you asked the question, they're 24-10 over their last 34 games. They have kind of turned things around here, but a lot of them are one-run games, and you wonder how sustainable is it to continue to win one-run games all summer long.
It's not, right? You're going to burn out your bullpen at some point. And luckily, their bullpen is deep. But this is why I point out the 24-10 thing under Don Mattingly. Because this is more than, a sixth of the season? This is like a fifth of the season? That's a pretty big sample size. I think this is more of who the Phillies are the last 34 games than the first 28. But they still, Oscar and I know, they need to hit. They need offense. And I did this today with Adolis Garcia. I wrote a story about him, how they basically need somebody to step up. Maybe it's him. Do you guys know this? They are dead last. Their right-handed hitters are dead last in batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, and OPS. That has to change.
Well, you write the story about Adolis Garcia, and we talked about him yesterday. I don't know that that's us discussing him, in my mind, doesn't mean we think that he's going to turn things around here. I don't have any hope or thought that Adolis Garcia is going to find the fountain of youth and all of a sudden. I will say the one thing that has stood out to me about him over the last 2 weeks is he's hitting the ball hard when he's put the ball in play a little bit here, which he was not doing before. He was striking out excessively. Do I think that can be something he carries? Not necessarily. We counted this up last hour, guys. The Phillies essentially have 5 pretty big holes in their lineup, and I don't know how that's fixable.
I'll probably count 7, but just kidding, guys. But
really big holes. You talk about Adolis Garcia, JT Realmuto, Stott, Bohm, Crawford. I don't say Crawford's a major hole, but he would probably be in that conversation. And Trey Turner. I mean, Trey Turner, he's a hole right now in your lineup.
Yeah, probably 6, to be realistic. We got to give credit to March. He's had an unbelievable year.
I'm not even wrong. But look, Oscar's not wrong. Like, you could say 7. I mean, when you take Brandon Marsh out, it is 7.
I mean, it's scary, guys. It's scary. I mean, looking at Adolis Garcia, look at his profile. I mean, last year he struck out 24.7% of the time. This year he's striking out at a 30.9 clip. And look, I give credit to the guy because he's working hard. I mean, his base on balls are among in the top 3 of years. I mean, he's played. Remember, he comes from Cuba, so he has. I mean, he's not a young guy. He's 33 years old, and he's 8-year career in MLB is his. He's getting an 8.5% percentage of base on balls, so it's not bad. It's average in terms of MLB player, but 30.9% ain't gonna cut it. He's not the on base machine that Schwarber is to be able to strike out at a 30% clip. So it is an issue. That's a major hole. Look, we've been talking for how many years about having a 4th or 5th hitter on this team, and it's non-existent. I mean, that's the reality.
It's kind of crazy how we determine 2 weeks in the year they just don't have one.
Well, I would ask you guys this question then. Is Brandon Marsh, who is having a good year, a suitable guy in that 4-hole?
Right now he is.
I mean, it's the only guy you have. I mean, Taylor Ward might be available down the road if the Orioles continue to nosedive. If they've been playing better, but he could be in his last year contract. How much are you going to willing to give? I mean, the Orioles have been good trade partners with the Phillies in the past. That could be a possibility. He's a good hitter that could fill in a 4th hole. I know that Tim Kelly had brought off his names in a number of years. I mean, at least the last 3 years. I mean, that's a potential trade, but you need another bat. But the question is, all these bats, even Taylor Ward, they strike out too much. I mean, we need guys that make contact.
Here's the problem, Oscar. I think this is the philosophy of baseball. I don't think these guys care if they strike out.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of it. The new wave of baseball, and then on the other hand, you see the Rays in first place, you see the Cleveland Guardians in first place, and you see the Milwaukee Brewers in first place, and they don't have home run hitters. I mean, outside of Caminero, I mean, who are the home run hitters on those teams?
But I'm going to add on to that. They end up in the same position the Phillies do, not winning a championship.
Yeah, I agree.
If we're going to ring, but I agree with your philosophy though. They are finding ways to win with the resources they have.
Yeah, and that's the big question, Jeff. That's an interesting point that you bring up. Is these teams are trying to find different ways. The Rays, the Brewers, the Guardians, because of the financial constraints that they have. So they're saying, okay, let's try to do something a little different. The Phillies, they're kind of stuck in no man's land here. What are they trying to be? They're trying, they pitch really well, but they did put a lot of money in this offense so I think they are very disappointed in their ROI from their offense, right?
They definitely are. I mean, look, you're paying Trey Turner 11-year contract. He's hitting 220 for you. They did not expect that. I think they're paying JT Realmuto for how he works with the pitchers. I don't. Everybody looks at the 3-year deal. I thought 3 years was too much, but they are paying JT Realmuto for other aspects and his leadership in the clubhouse. You're getting what you're getting out of Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper. They're living up to their deals. Adolis Garcia's only making, and again, we'll bring this back up. They're paying $38 million for essentially Nick Castellanos and Taijuan Walker to not be here. That's what's hurting them.
Well, and you throw in, Oscar, you paying $38 million for those two guys not to be here, on top of the fact that you gave Garcia $10 million. You're paying your right field position $30 million this year and getting basically Zippo from them.
Yeah,
that is a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, our ROI is probably not the right. I wouldn't want to be the finance guy running the ROI for the Phillies. I mean, in terms of what they're particularly on Trey Turner. I mean, Trey Turner, you're paying him $30 million. I mean, what's his OPS right now? I mean, I'm looking here.
Turner, was it 620, 630?
Yeah, it's 624. I mean, it's like. I mean, it's just, 7 home runs, 20 RBIs. I mean, you want him to score runs, have 36 runs, but he's just not producing a 276 on-base percentage for one of the guys that you're paying him to get on base and run the bases and create some spark plug this offense so Schwarber and Harper can come in and bring them in. So, look,
what do you guys think Turner in the 2-hole has done for this lineup, or what is your takeaway on how it's affected the lineup?
Well, I can tell you one thing it's done. They're intentionally walking Schwarber to get the Turner now. We saw that the other night.
Yeah.
His OPS is 600. His OPS is 600 over the last 7 days. So that gives you the perspective. Yeah. So
it's on par. It's on par with the season. You know what? I thought it was funny yesterday, Oscar. I know you saw the tweet when I posted the scoreboard and I said, I think it's cool how they put the OPS in, and everybody caught on to it. They're like, wow, they are really bad. Like, a lot of these guys are really bad.
Because what happened is they put them all one below the other one. So it's like,
I mean, and I said, look, they are 29th in OPS. So you take away Harper and Schwarber's careers, like, this is where I agree with Oscar. This is not sustainable.
I mean, guys, if we're going to make the playoffs, let's be very clear. We're not talking about the playoff. This team is going to make the playoff. The pitching staff is that good. I mean, Joan Duran, he's what, 14 for 14 in save opportunities. That's why we're winning one ball
Don
games.
Mattingly said it yesterday. He feels like the game is over if they have a lead and Johan Duran's coming in, and I don't blame him.
I mean, that's a reality. The question goes beyond that. Is what is this team going to be in the postseason? I mean, that's a bigger question.
Well, let me ask this question then. If I would say they got 100 games left, they got to fix 3 things. What are those 3 things?
Right-handed bat for sure. Let's start there. Go ahead, Oscar.
Right-handed bat for sure. Number 2. I mean,
2 of them. Yeah, they need 2 of them.
I mean, you need contact. You need 2 things. You need somebody that can hit 4th or 5th, and you need another bat that even if it comes out of the bench, that could be productive. I mean, you need productivity. You need right-handed bat productivity in this lineup.
This is what worries me about the entire thing, though. I don't think their farm system is that good compared to the rest of the league, but I am high on a lot of their prospects. Do you trade the ones that are good or can be good to try to make a run in 2026?
But guys, the interesting part of this is, and this is why I asked it the way that I did. We're saying if you had 3 things, and the answer is 1 and 2 are both right-handed bat. Are we saying that this team is pretty much ready? They just need a right-handed bat? Because I don't think a right-handed bat, one right-handed bat, fix all their woes. The problem is, outside of committing to just saying we're bailing on Bohm or we're bailing on Real Muto or we're bailing on Bryson Stott, you can't replace the problems that you have, right?
But maybe you bring platoon guys that could be right-handed bats that you can bring in. I mean, Stott cannot hit left-handed pitching. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, what are we going to do? I mean, put him and plug him in every time. You can put Mundito, and he's okay. I mean, he's probably not the greatest hitter on earth. But I mean, he sometimes give you some big hits. But the reality
that's what I asked Bryce Harper the other week. Like, what makes you think Bryson Stott's an everyday player? You say that's your message, but what makes you think that?
I mean, I like the kid. I think he's a great defender. I mean, he's at 671. I mean, the average on OPS is 710, 715, and he's at 671.
And for his position, he's average. Like, he's fine, but I agree with you, Oscar. He just can't hit left-handed pitching.
But his bomb, I mean, as you say, his bomb is center field right now. I mean, we're not producing as much, and we want the rookie to continue to play. Nobody's saying keep Crawford there. I mean, he's got some 3 hits, game-winning hits this season, and he's fine. You need to keep him there, but you need more compliments.
You know what I think is going to help this team, but they won't give him an opportunity because they want him to keep getting regular bats? I think it's going to be Gabriel Rincones, Felix Reyes, and Otto Kemp, but they want them to get every day at bats, and every time these guys go 0 for 3, they're out, and you never see them again.
Well, the question would be, if they get up here, where are their everyday at-bats? Where do they
Well, that's
use
what Don Mattingly said to me yesterday. He goes, look, he's got to play every day. We think it's a positive. He's hitting like that down there. He's at least on his radar. Like, they're at least considering him. I was told they're considering him, but I think right now it's best for him just to stay down there and just tear. Yeah. I don't like to hear for a player when it comes to a guy who's only been in the majors for a month. That is not fair.
Not fair, but it's also the Phillies are a team that needs right-handed hitting in the worst way, and they don't find him to be a option in that role right now. That doesn't mean
you know what's so weird about this team? Like, remember in the beginning of 2023, Oscar definitely remembers this. They were having Kyle Schwarber in left field. They were giving up runs. It was terrible. Like, their pitching was actually pitching really good, but their defense was an issue. Then they bring up Johan Rojas from Reading, and they get Schwarber to DH, and all of a sudden, they're not scoring, but they're winning baseball games because they're pitching lights out. I think they realize that is the formula to winning baseball games.
No doubt. There is no doubt. There is no doubt.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about October all we want, and we have, and we will talk about this offense, but they definitely know the formula to winning games. They are showing that.
Yeah, I mean, but you need complementary hitters that could absolutely help address the gaps. I mean, it's like I don't know. Imagine a faucet that is. I mean, it has holes in it and it's sinking.
A leaky faucet.
Yeah, you need to put patches. I mean, you need this in order for you to be able to have any chance in the postseason. I mean, against the Dodgers, against the Braves. You asking me right now? The Braves are the best team in baseball, followed by the Dodgers.
Oh, they are. I think the Braves are better than the Dodgers too. And like everybody's trying to hold on to this. Well, the Braves won 100 games before, and the Phillies beat them as a wild card. That was a little different though. I think the Phillies were a better team.
Yeah. Remember that pitching performance by Ranger Suarez in Atlanta to steal Game 1? That was huge. I mean, that was a masterclass.
He did that twice, by the way.
Yes.
Well, and the one thing is, when we talk about the Dodgers, when we talk about the Dodgers, guys, the Phillies shut down their big guns. It was the Tommy Edmonds of the world and the Kike Hernandezes that they're the ones that came up big. The Phillies' problem is their stars, if they're not coming up big, they don't get anything else. Like if they only win the game if Schwarber hits a home run, Harper hits a home run, and Turner has a good game. But if those three guys don't participate, they're not getting that big hit from Stott or that big hit from Marsh. They haven't in the past anyway.
That's why they had that big inning yesterday, that big seventh, like Justin Crawford creating havoc on the base path. He's getting on base. You need like multiple guys to do that, right? Alec Boehm had a big hit in that seventh inning. It's Trey Turner had that opposite field thing. That's what they need. But again, like I still say the biggest issue with this team is they just got no one to challenge these guys. The guy that was supposed to do it has not swung a bat.
Hey, Mike, number 3, right-handed bat.
Right-handed bat, right-handed bat. You know what? It's so funny how we just keep talking about it, and everybody's upset with it, but this is the reality.
We're not worried that this team is going to make the playoff. I mean, we're 4 games above 400. What's the record again with Mattingly? Best record in baseball.
24 and 10.
24 and 10. I mean...
By the way, Oscar, they're proving like what we wanted them to do, right? We talked about this 21-game stretch that started with the Reds
8-4.
Wherever way you want it, wherever you want to start, Reds or Pirates, it's a winning record. So
since the Cleveland, when we said 7 series, 6 of them against first or second team, they're 8-4. Look, they're winning. They're winning ugly, but they're winning. I mean, they're winning.
And this is where, Oscar knows where I say people move the goalposts. They're like, well, 6 wins are against the Padres. I'm like, well, you could have went 2-4 against them. They didn't.
Well, the Padres, by the way, were a pretty solid team. Now, their offense is abysmal, as we're now seeing, but this is the league. You got a lot of bad baseball, a lot of bad offenses, and the Phillies.
And I think that's what the Phillies see, that, look, we got elite starting pitching, and there might be a chance we could even make it more elite if the Scooble rumors are true. I don't know.
Now I don't see that, guys. I mean,
I don't either, honestly.
What are we gonna give?
I think they. Yeah. Do you really want to give up Gage Wood or Francisco Renteria for?
No, Renteria. I told you today.
No. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100% on that prediction.
Look, I saw Renteria in Venezuela competing in the home run derby. 18-year-old guy competing in the home run derby.
He's not even 18 yet. He's not even 18 yet, Oscar.
Or 17. 18 home runs, guys. 18 home runs against the Miguel Cabreras and the Ronald Acuñas of this world. The kid hit 18 home runs. Get ready, guys. Francisco Renteria is the real deal.
I am with you, Oscar. I think this is the best prospect they've had in a very long time.
So he hit right-handed?
Yeah.
He's a right-hander. He's a big right-hander, too. He hasn't even
All right, Phillies Fastball this weekend. It is the Phillies taking on the White Sox. By the way, Phillies have won 3 straight games. A win tonight would be their second longest win streak of the season when they won 5 straight. They will see a lefty in the game, so we'll see if the Phillies offense. And by the way, the lineup is out. Let's quickly run through that lineup. There's nothing really all that crazy with the lineup.
Was playing.
I was going to say nothing really crazy except for the fact that they do have Baroa at the bottom of that lineup today. So
and we're going against a lefty, by the way. We continue to have a negative record against a lefty. And if you don't have anything to do this weekend, Foley, the Philly Sports Shop, go over there on 22nd and South, the best place. You want merchandising from the 2008 World Series? Go get him. This guy's the best.
I want to mention this too. Gage Wood, another good start for Ang last night. They're still kind of limiting his innings, but this guy can throw. I mean,
his fastball is Major League ready. His fastball is Major League ready. That's the bottom line. He continues.
You know what I'm worried about, Oscar? You know what I think they're going to trade, and I don't want them to trade? Somehow, something tells me they're going to trade Alex McFarland this summer. That might be the trade chip.
You mean in trying to get somebody like a right-handed bat?
In trying to get a right-handed bat. Yeah.
Run, guys. One run.
Think about this, guys. They're keeping him in Double A. He's allowed 1 run. He has a .43 ERA. Don't you guys think they're kind of keeping him down there so to make him look even better than, say, if he goes to AAA and maybe gets hit a little
They
bit?
might be worried that moving him up.
By the way, Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Bohm, Sosa is in the 5 hole tonight. You've got Real Muto. Marsh is moved down because there is a left-handed pitcher tonight.
But by the way, that
Baroa.
comment over there is so misguided. Bad defensive outfielder. Just tell us you don't know what you're watching.
Who's a bad defensive outfielder?
Read the comment below the Phillies tweet on the right. Look at that. Read that. Quite a bad defensive outfielder.
I see. I thought you were talking about it.
And by the way, who you replaced Adolis Garcia with? No one ever has that answer.
By the way, 7-14. The Phillies are against left-handed pitching. Case of left-handed pitching. It'll be interesting tonight.
It always is when there's a lefty on the mound. Oscar Budajin will be back on Monday. Jeff Kerr back on Monday. Jeff, what game? You going to any games this weekend? What are you covering?
So I'll be covering the game on Sunday when they play the White Sox. I'll be in Rank a couple times next week. Believe it or not, if you guys really want to have some fun, and I love minor league promotions, they are doing a George Costanza Gore-Tex jacket bobblehead night in Reading on Wednesday with the Jay Peterman in attendance. John O'Hara.
Better than some rips around there, by the way.
That is good stuff.
Oscar, I gotta get you the Reading, man. I'm telling you, you would love the old school feel of the ballpark.
Oh, yeah, I have to. Yeah, I mean, I'll get up there.
You gotta go see your boy Al Patrique. I love talking to him.
Yeah, Al is the best, man. I interviewed him last year. He's a trip. I mean, I remember, believe it or not, since I was a little kid, I remember Al Patrique playing shortstop for the Tiburones de la Guaira down in Venezuela. So
I remember Al Patrique playing shortstop, by the way.
You know what's funny? I mentioned that to him like last year, and he goes, "Someone your age actually remembers me playing baseball." I'm like, I don't have to remember you playing baseball. I can go on Baseball Reference.
Good stuff. All right, boys, enjoy the weekend. All right, our Phillies Fastball, as always, is brought to you by Ventnor Social. We will be back at Ventnor Social July the 29th. So make sure you stop out because you could win a trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles in Baltimore at trip. Make sure you're there on the 29th. We'll have a big Phillies day game watch party. Who do they play on the 29th? Who is that day game against? Let's see. Phillies on the 29th. We will be back at Ventnor Social. That's the day we give away the bus trip down to Baltimore's Camden Yards. And they will play the that's June 29th. I was going to say that's a night game against the Pirates. So it would be the start of the second half of the season. They will play the Marlins on that day. So the Marlins on the 29th will be the day. That's a 12-10 start. So it's going to be an early start for the Phillies and the Marlins. The winner that day will be going to Baltimore for the Friday night game at Camden Yards on July 31st. All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Coming up at 5:30, I got my NFL Friday 5 for Week 4. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, don't forget, coming up next hour, it is my NFL Friday 5. We'll take a look at the 5 best games in week number 4. We're all the way up to the 4th week already. What we'll do is give you my 5 favorite games for week 4 in the NFL. And then when week 4 in the NFL gets here, we will check back to see if those are still the 5 games that I like the best during the season. You know, when you do this every week, you get into week 4, then 5, then 6. Next thing you know, you're flying through the season. We're already at week number 4. And that'll take us right up to week 1 of the NFL. NFL Friday 5 tonight at 5:30. You got the NBA Finals tonight on 97.3 ESPN. They begin at 7:30 with the coverage. You can listen to it here on your home for the NBA Finals, 97.3 ESPN. 100 games left to go. What do we know about this Phillies team that maybe we didn't know before? If I was to ask Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast, who's going to join me right now for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on the Phils, are the Phillies just one player away, or do they have multiple things that they still need to do to be a legitimate contender in your eyes? I think you're muted. You are muted.
There we go. We're back now.
We are back.
Yeah, look, man. I think that they have multiple things they have to do. The best way that I can describe this Phillies team is they are, in this moment, the 2025 Eagles. They are able to limit the opponent from scoring. And though they have pieces that you would expect to produce, and they have elite talent in certain parts of this lineup, as an overall product, they really struggle to score. And for that reason, I sort of wedged them right where the Eagles were a year ago. A team that if you squint hard enough, you're like, they have a pedigree, they can do it, they can make a run. But at the end of the day, they just are showing you so many different flaws that you kind of know exactly where they're at. They're right in that middle tier, and they're going to need a ball to bounce their way in order to make a run as it stands right now.
When you look at, we know their limitations offensively. Is that fixed? Does it even exist? Or do you have to get your mindset off of they're going to fix this offense in some capacity? Because, Bob, you and I have been talking for years, this right-handed bat, it just seemingly doesn't exist. So do they have to, try to get creative and find another way to fix some of their problems?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality of it is that if you go back, even since they've made this run, and go back to May 1st when they've been playing better, they're 28th in walk rate. They have the 5th highest strikeout percentage. They're 26th in batting average. They're 29th in on-base percentage. How can we sit here and have a conversation about this team and pretend that they're going to be able to punch through the Braves or the Dodgers, other than saying it's baseball and the best team doesn't always win and weird things happen, especially in short series? We can do all that, but we're just evaluating for what it is. Your team simply cannot be this anemic offensively and expect to in good faith think they can win a championship.
Right, so we were talking before you came on. Let's say they went out and got a player like Taylor Ward or Joe Adell, one of those guys. Okay, you have a right-handed bat. I don't know what that does to you because you still have major holes in this offense. Getting a mediocre right-handed bat isn't fixing the holes that you currently have. That might be different if you went and got a Byron Buxton or a Mike Trout, and we can talk about the realities of that. But just getting that mediocre right-handed bat is not absolving you of Trey Turner has been not very good. JT Realmuto has not been very good. Bryson Stott has not been very good. Alec Boehm, Justin Crawford. You still have 5 spots that are very questionable.
Sure. And look, I mean, if you want to take an optimistic approach to this, you can go through a lot of the different players that you mentioned. And is one guy just going to flip the switch and go on a crazy run? Probably not. But from here on out, can JT Realmuto, who I actually think has swung the bat a little bit better here lately, can he give you a 680 OPS from here to the end of the season? Can Alec Boehm, if he's going to be the guy, if he's going to continue to be here, can he give you a 700 OPS from now till the end of the season? Because is it for what he is? And it's a tough watch for me. He had over an 800 OPS in May. Can he be that guy here on out? Maybe. Turner, can he be a guy that doesn't give you a 630 OPS for the remainder of the year? And he's a little bit more against his career norms. You go back to his 23 season, he stunk, right? The whole standing ovation in August. And he turned it on and ended up salvaging his season. He was sitting in the mid 600s in terms of his OPS. Finished in the mid to upper 700s. Can he do that type of rebound again? If he can, and 2 or 3 of those things happen, then you can go out and get a fringe piece, an incremental upgrade, and then all of a sudden you have a decent offense paired with elite pitching, and then that's a different conversation. It's one thing to say we have elite level, top 3, top 4 pitching, and a middle of the pack offense. It's a different thing when you say we have elite pitching and we have a bottom 4 offense, which is what we're talking about right
now. So would you say that this offense now is worse than the previous incarnations?
Oh my God. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, for as much as we talk about this Phillies offense, like a year ago. Oh, in the playoffs, how it's going to go in October. Like, if you go back and look at that offense a year ago in terms of batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, they were a top 5 to top 7 offense by almost every key metric. Like, that was a top tier. It was aggravating to watch, and we all knew the flaws. But that was, by comparison, a much, much better offense than the product that you're watching this year. I mean, this is dismal by almost every single measure.
And that's with Brandon Marsh having, arguably, we were talking about the other day. I'll give you the over-under, 3.5 All-Stars. What do you got?
Well, I think Sanchez for sure. I think Duran gets in. I think Schwarber will be in. And I'm going to say that Harper, who's really had a tough 2 weeks here, will rebound, pushes OPS up somewhere near 900. The game's in Philly. I'm going to go yes on Harper and say 4 guys. I don't think that Marsh is in. You look around the outfield right now, I understand he's hitting 333. It leads the National League. If he can maintain that and he's hitting 340 come selection time, that's a different story. But, he's got the 9th best OPS amongst all National League outfielders right now. He's having a great year, and I really credit him. I just don't know, when you start selecting all-star teams, the Phillies aren't really good enough to be a 5-6 guy team.
You haven't mentioned Wheeler yet either.
Yeah, and Wheeler, I think, is obviously hurt by missing the first month. He's been awesome. If he can continue to pitch at this level and you get to July and he's sitting there with a 2 ERA, it's going to be hard to leave him off the team. But if you had to pick it right now, I don't think he's on because of the time he's missed. And there have been a number of big-time arms in starting pitching in the National League this season.
Let's go back to Marsh a little bit here and I saw your tweet about him I guess that was over the weekend when they hit for him in the 6th. It ends up working out for him. But how are we to view Brandon Marsh? He has not hit lefties at all. Now, the sample size this year is small, but he has held his own. Are we supposed to now say, you know what? This guy has turned the corner. He is an everyday player. What's your read?
Yeah, well, I think the opportunity has kind of come about because they've been so bad from the right side. And if all things had gone according to plan, I don't think Brandon Marsh would have ever gotten this opportunity. I think that we've been down this road with him a number of times where we say, look, we just cannot do this again. This is a terrible experiment. Because of the circumstances being what they are, he's been given another opportunity, again, out of necessity, and he's taken advantage of it. It is a very small sample. It is early in terms of left-handers, but he has held his own. And given what he is against right-handed pitching, and where they're at in terms of they have zero depth. They have no other option. They have no choice but to see if he's going to be this guy. And that's what sort of annoyed me on Saturday night against the Dodgers. And you're right, it worked out sort of. They brought Edmundo Sosa into the game. He had a horrible at bat. And then the wraparound 2 innings later, he hits the home run and they win the game. Mm-hmm. That's not what the move was, though. He happened to stay in the game and it worked out, but that's not. To me, it's if you're going to say you're a guy, we think you're an all-star, we believe in you, we really think that you're taking the next step. I don't know how you hit for your cleanup hitter in the 6th inning of a game. I'm all about the analytics. I'm all about matchups. I understand the career splits. I know that Sosa does damage against lefties, Marsh doesn't. But what message does that send to Brandon Marsh as he's having this resurgent year? If he's your dude, then let him be your dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, so why? What happened? Because they haven't been doing this. Why there? What happened? Who got to him? It's almost like who got to you and said, listen, this is how we do things. We hit for Marsh in that spot. It almost was like an outer body experience all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's just you don't see managers often make moves like that in that part of the order in situations, especially that early. I really just think that Don Mattingly is hyper-aware that he has a very struggling offense right now. And I think that was a situation where they just leaned into the splits. You have a tough lefty there. And I think they just said, let's look at the career numbers and try to make something happen. And I don't fault them necessarily for feeling like that in the moment, but I would have liked to have seen them stick with Marsh. And look, like you said, it worked out. Who am I to question it, I guess? I just didn't really understand it in that moment. You're going to need Brandon Marsh to be a guy, given what this offense is. I probably in the 6th inning in that spot would have let him
Well, with the season he's
back.
having, 333, 363 on base, 478 slump, 840 OPS. The power hasn't been there much, just 5 home runs, 25 RBI. But with the year he's having, you still we would all say they have to improve that spot in the order still. You can't hit him 4th.
No, by no measure should Brandon Marsh, even this, iteration of him be hitting in the cleanup spot. I mean, if you want to move him up into the top of the order, sure. If you want to slide him back and feel good about him in the 6th spot, like, sure. But and what really obviously kills you is that Bryce Harper and Marsh back to back, and then you're backing him up in the 5 spot with Alec Boehm, who basically is like hitting 6.43 fungos out there right now.
He has been a rough watch here recently because he did kind of turn his season somewhat around.
I'll never forget where I was when he had those 2.5 weeks, Mike.
Yes, indeed. The month of May has always been kind to Alec Boehm, but you're absolutely right. But you're right. Every time I see them put a lineup together and it's Marsh in the 4 hole, I have to ask myself, can a team realistically think they're a World Series contender, even with this version of Brandon Marsh hitting 4th? And the answer I come up with every single time is no. It's like the day they wrote JT Realmuto's name into the 5 hole, and I said, okay, if you're Dave Dombrowski, you have to say to yourself, I can't accept this. I have to do something different. And the problem is the different move's not there. So would you think that Byron Buxton is a possibility at all?
Well, I mean, look, they've done deals with that team in the past. Byron Buxton has been historically reluctant to move. Does he make sense for the Phillies? Sure, he does. But it really is going to just come down to will he move? And, is he willing to stick around in Minnesota and try to bring the team back to prominence? I don't know at this point in his career. He's an imperfect player. He's obviously dealt with a ton of injuries, and he's an imperfect player because of his inability over the course of his career to stay on the field. But when he's on the field, he's obviously a very good player. He would be a great addition and would certainly serve what the Phillies need right now. But yeah, I mean, look, they're going to have to do something. And whether it's a name guy or, the Bader of 2026, whatever the case may be, they certainly have work to do. And they're probably going to have to make 2 different additions in terms of the lineup.
All right. Would you rather, if I told you they're going to land up with either Byron Buxton or Mike Trout, do you have a preference?
I mean, look, I think we've all rolled our eyes about Mike Trout here coming home and all that stuff for the last half decade. But you can't deny that it would be an incredible story. And it would certainly give a team that sometimes you feel like lacks juice at this stage quite a bit of buzz. It would create electricity, right? Like if he came back here, you talk about the season he's having. I know he doesn't really hit for average anymore, but he still draws a ton of walks. He's obviously a power bat. He plays a fine outfield at this stage of his career. Just what that would do in terms of sort of jolting the fan base. Like I think that there are intangible considerations that would probably give me give him the nod in this situation. But obviously the contract is substantial. You'd have to do something and send something back to offset that to some degree. The Phillies are just not going to take on the remainder of that deal and assume all the financial risk.
So, by the way, if you brought him here, is he playing center field? Is he playing right field? How would that work in your estimation?
I think that you prefer at this point Mike Trout to play on the corner. I think that right now you would have a consideration like, well, how are we going to move forward? Is it going to be Crawford or Garcia in right field? It's funny you asked this question. Like Adolis Garcia, the story this week came in on the off day after the West Coast trip. He's hitting at Citizens Bank Park. He's doing everything he can to try to shake the slump. He has a double and a home run this week. He goes 3 for 10. Like everyone's like, has he turned the corner? Has he figured it out? It's like, that shows you, it illustrates just how bad the Phillies offense has been. Like we're excited because Adolis Garcia went 3 for 10 this week against the Padres.
Well, I agree. And no, I don't see him turning things around. A question I asked yesterday is, can he get himself to 230?
Yeah, I mean, heck, I would be okay if he hit 220, but like he's got to be a 20, 25 home run guy, and that's the primary issue. It's like we know that he's not going to be a 260 hitter. That's all fine and well.
In that streak he was in, he struck out 30 times in 60 at bat. He was a lost soul. he at least drove the ball and hit the ball on the screws.
Yeah, he drove the ball a little
week.
bit this week. He actually hit into some hard outs as well. He still struck out 3 times in 10 at bats. So, like, I mean, there's still some swing and miss there. But look, like you're looking for some improvement right now. Like, again, if you can get this offense to rank somewhere between like 15 and 19 here on out, like then maybe you have a shot. But it's funny, like you asked the question coming in, what is this team? Are they closer to the elites of the National League, or are they kind of one of these teams that's like just in this jumbled mess right now? And it's like really hard to say they're anything but one of many contenders for a wild card. I mean, like, they still have a negative 22 run differential. And like, yes, it's been much better under Don Mattingly. It's actually like over plus 30 since he's been here in 34 games. But like the thing you have to keep in mind is the Phillies in their last, let's see, the last 17 times the Phillies have scored 3 or fewer runs, they're 9-8. Like they're playing over 500 ball when scoring 3 runs or fewer. The league winning percentage this season is .218 when you score runs, 3 runs or fewer. .218 win percentage. And the Phillies are playing over 500. Like that is not a sustainable formula. Like this is not to come on here and be like, you shouldn't be happy that the Phillies are going to give you a summer of baseball. I think they're a wild card team. Like the pitching is awesome. But like you cannot sit here and be like, well, they're 24-10 over their last 34 games. What more do you want? Like you want it to be done with a formula that you can replicate. And like you cannot ask Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, Jesus Luzardo to be perfect 3 out of every 5 times in the rotation. You just can't do it.
Well, we saw Wheeler, give up 4 home runs the other night, and they lose the game because, he gives up 4 runs. How dare he, right?
Yeah, how dare he? Yeah.
And that's why, like, if you could get a Buxton or a Trout or a Skubal, I still take Skubal because to me, last year, my starting pitching absolutely shut the Dodgers down. Those games were toe-to-toe until they got to the bullpen. So to strengthen my bullpen, I'm going to go get another starter that can get me deep into games and make those bullpen arms have to pitch even less.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's certainly an argument made for that. And like this time around, you assume that you're going to have Wheeler added to the mix,
right?
Like, which is a huge deal. But you don't have a Ranger Suarez. You don't have necessarily the confidence in the back end of the rotation to say like, hey, this time we're going to put Aaron Nola on the mound again. And we're going to be able to use Jesus Luzardo as a surplus arm out of the bullpen. Like, so yeah, going out, adding another starter, sure. And like, here's the other argument for doing that, even though I think it probably feels crazy to people. If you just go back and look at how the Dodgers survived in the playoffs last year, they have a great lineup, but that lineup was not a consistent performer last year. They pitched their way, and they were very creative with how they were able to deploy the surplus of starting pitching. That's how they won that championship a year ago.
And the big hits come from guys that are, Kiki Hernandez and Tommy Edman. And it's like, you just got to hope that you can get a hit here and a hit there when you need it because their pitching's really good. But I map it out like this. If Sanchez pitches game 1 and you win and Wheeler happens to lose game 2, do I want to turn game 3 over to Luzardo or have Skubal waiting there? And even if I happen to be, and then goes to Luzardo, and if it's 2-2, I'm turning the rotation back to Christopher Sanchez. That's probably my best roadmap to victory here.
Yeah, and when you have an offense that has 4 different holes in it, it's like, hey,
6 different holes.
Yeah, can we be
6?
Can we be I'll give you another football reference, but like, can we be the 2000 Ravens of baseball? Like, we're just going to load up on one side, and it is going to be the thing that drags us across the finish line. With an offense that you hope runs into a couple home runs a few times and gets it done. I mean,
it's pretty sad though that we're at this conversation, Bob, with Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and some of the names that they do have. No, I mean, JT is starting to decline and get older. I was not a fan of that contract, but you paid him $15 million. You ain't getting $15 million ROI offensively, that's for sure.
No, and the reason why I'm not as quick to get on Real Muto, though he has struggled, is like he is a catcher in his mid-30s who's caught a ton of innings. It's part of the reason the Phillies were reluctant to re-sign him. But you look at his importance to the pitching staff, I think that there's a huge added value in that. And like, he's a catcher, so like my tolerance for JT Realmuto's struggles, he needs to be a little bit better. But I can the Trey Turner contract and the way that he has played is the one that is just, it's completely unacceptable, right? Like, he is crushing them. And when you look at his decline, or whatever you want to call it, if it's not a decline, just his overall struggles, and you pair that with Bryson Stott's inability to take a step, Alec Boehm's inability to take a step, or even, his ability to take a step back, which is what this has been. Those things crush you. And where, I'm not going to let the Phillies off the hook for this, but Aidan Miller was the insurance policy. It's like, well, if Alec Boehm stinks, then we have Miller waiting. He's ready. If Boehm plays okay, but Bryson Stott's the guy who stinks, we have Aidan Miller ready, and he was the insurance policy. And at this point, I don't know if he's going to get on the field and play a competitive game this summer.
To me, that's the story of the week, Bob. I'm glad you brought it up. It's a lost season for that kid. He's not going to play. Lack of development. As you just said, he was the insurance policy, and he's also the biggest trade chip, if that's the way you had to go. Now he's out on all fronts. No, I would be shocked if he took an at-bat this year.
I would bet against it. And if he does, it's probably going to be 20 games. It's not going to be a situation where you feel like he can help you at the major league level this year. I guess anything's possible, but I don't see that. And you said it, even in terms of trade chips, I don't think that they would want to include Aidan Miller in any deal. But you talk about Tarek Skubal or, name your big name bat. I don't know. Who in this system is palatable for a team that's looking to reload? Could you make the argument that Andrew Painter is still probably one of the more enticing trade chips? You say Andrew Painter is a guy that we hope in 2 years can be what we expected him to be. He's obviously not that right now. But another team that can afford to have a little bit more patience says yeah, we want him. And then you come in and you go out and sign a Michael Lorenzen type to fill out your rotation. That's one of your few really meaningful trade chips. Dante Nori's obviously a name that's going to get a lot of attention. We'll see. There's some guys, but there's not a ton of names that teams are just going to be we got to have them. Gage Wood, I guess. Sure. He'd be a guy of interest, certainly, but I don't think the Phillies really want to move Gage Wood at all. So,
nope. Yep. And I would imagine that Gage Wood is probably at Reading now as the hope that if somebody here gets hurt, that he might have to be the next guy up.
I'm glad you said it. I think that there's a reality where if we're some Orion Kerkering shaky outings and some more Brad Keller shaky outings away as we go into August, and you get to the final couple weeks of August and Gage Woods just lighting it up, do they say, you know what, let's bring this guy up here and see if he can get 3 outs for us? They did it with Kerkering a few years back in 23.
You're talking about as a relief guy.
As a reliever, yes.
Much like I talked about this the other day, how the Dodgers used Sasaki last year. He was a starter, and then they just said, look, you're going to go close. Now, on this team, obviously, they don't need a closer. I don't know how you feel about Keller, but
it's been rough. There's some, I guess, underlying metrics that say the arm, the stuff, it all looks the same, and it'll even itself out. But he's been
time he come in, no command of his stuff at all. He just never commands anything. Bob Wankel, the Fighting Words podcast, and of course, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat for you here. Phillies and the White Sox tonight. This White Sox team currently a playoff team. If the playoffs were to start today, they have the same exact record as the Phils, and it's a 3-game set. And we'll talk about more on Monday. Thanks, man.
Talk soon.
All right, Bob Wankel, everybody. Phil's 33-29, White Sox 33-29. That is the weekend series. Lefty tonight going for the Sox. All right, when we come back, it is week 4, Friday 5. My 5 favorite games from NFL week number 4. We'll look at the schedule. We'll pick our 5 favorite games for NFL week number 4. Play along with us. That is coming up next Friday 5 on the Sports Bash. All right, let's get into this week's edition of the Friday Five. We like to have a little fun on a Friday, get the NFL involved. Friday Five, 5 favorite games, week 4. When week 4 is here, we'll look back at these 5 games and see if they're still our 5 favorite games. We call it the Friday Five. We do it summer and then into the fall every Friday right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The party.
A good time.
I like the Friday Five. Makes me think of football.
I used to think of Happy Hour Friday, this music.
Does make me think of Happy Hour Friday. What are some people's Happy Hour Friday picks this week? What are you having out there? 609-403-0973. What are you having on a Happy Hour Friday? Well, Phil's game tonight, got the NBA Finals tonight, so there's plenty of stuff to sit down and have a little fun with on a Happy Hour Friday. Let me get you one there, Josh.
You have my Untapped app, so I can share one with you too.
I got a couple of them.
You always have a couple.
This one's called Maybe Shark from Ashland down in Virginia Beach.
Okay.
375, solid. If you're ever down in the Virginia Beach area, I don't know if they distribute anywhere else. Ashland was the one of them. I got a couple more.
I'm gonna give you Little Dirty. It's over at Ludlam Island Brewing. It's a pale ale, a little hazy, maybe not your traditional hazy, but it's a little hazy. Got some dank to it. The global rating on it is 3.75. I gave it a 4 though.
Okay.
It's only 4.7, so it's drinkable. You can have a couple of them, and you're not doing too bad. But it's not an IPA there, Mike. It's a pale ale, but it's got the haziness to it.
I get some more. We'll get to some more. That's just a little taster out there for the people.
Well,
I'm giving you a little, I'm giving you a little sample. All right, Friday Five. Here we go. 5 favorite games that aren't the Eagles games. Sunday and Monday games. Friday Five. No Thursday games are included. This Thursday Night Football, of course, would be in the rear view. So here we go. How about a New England Buffalo game? A.J. Brown, Highmark Stadium. Now, there's already been some trades after the first 3 weeks of the Friday Five, so that could change the Friday Five. New England Buffalo. Let's put that one down on the list.
Absolutely has to be on the list. Those were the 2 best teams in the AFC East last year competing for that. But it'll look a lot different this year. I'm excited. I'm interested.
All right. Friday Five. Game number 2 takes us to, there's some interesting games here, but I'm going to go with, how about this one? I don't know what people think. This one's hard because of some of the injury situations, but I like Denver and San Francisco. Denver, Bo Nix, is he going to be? What are you thinking about Bo Nix?
Well, I think Bo Nix might be back by this point. It's hard to tell because, with Mahomes coming back so quickly to practice, it's making everybody look bad. Like, did you see Micah Parsons' press conference the other day where people asked him, like, hey, Patrick Mahomes is already on the field. And you know what he said? He goes, I ain't Pat Mahomes.
You're making me look bad, man.
Yeah. So
I got number 3. Denver, San Francisco, though. That's 2 teams. Denver in the AFC Championship game last year. San Francisco, remember, people forget they went out and got Mike Evans.
Yes, huge addition.
How about Chargers, Seattle? Got an old AFC West battle there. Of course, NFC now for Seattle, defending Super Bowl champions. A lot of people think the Chargers are now the team in the AFC West. So I got Chargers, Seattle in my Friday Five.
Yeah, this isn't Dan Fouts versus Jim Zorn, okay? This is going to be still an interesting game. And I'm going to be curious to find out by this point in the season because it's still early enough that we're kind of like figuring people out. But I am excited to see what Mike McDaniel ends up doing with that Chargers offense because Jim Harbaugh seems pretty invested in having that guy run things.
All right, let's go. Now, there's a lot of choices for 4 and 5. What about Jacksonville, Cincinnati?
I like it. the new and improved Bengals?
Well, the Bengals had some injury problems with the quarterback last year. Now, him being back, that should change some things for them.
Yeah,
Jacksonville won
defense.
13 games and was a playoff team last year. I think people forget that.
Yeah, Bengals upgraded their defense too. So the Jags. So it'll be interesting to see how do both teams' new defensives go against the other team's high-powered offenses.
I guess you got to go Dallas against the Texans.
Again, another interesting matchup with two teams that people have expectations for this year.
Yeah, obviously Dallas is probably your biggest foe in the NFC East right now. And Houston made the playoffs last year, so good team there. Interesting game. That is a 1 o'clock game on Fox. It's interesting that the two Texas teams are going to be playing at 1 o'clock. So there's other interesting games, though. I got Green Bay, Tampa Bay.
That was a game I was curious to see if you're going to go with the Big Five or not, because the Bucs seem to be in a playoff contention every year somehow, some way, despite all odds.
We see Baker Mayfield's a little miffed about his contract situation,
which might be a good thing for the Bucs. He plays better when he's motivated.
Got that one was certainly on my thought process. Other than that, I don't know. Detroit, Carolina, both teams. Carolina made the playoffs last year. This is your Sunday night game. Carolina made the playoffs last year, but under 500. And Detroit didn't make the playoffs last year. I think they were 9-8.
Yeah.
So is that game better than any of the five I picked?
I don't think that game's better.
Not a good Monday night game this week either. Atlanta and New Orleans.
I'll just throw it out there because I know you love the international time slot. Colts Commanders might be an interesting game.
Somewhat. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Indianapolis at quarterback. Is Daniel Jones going to be ready? And even if he is, I mean, do we really say, wow, Daniel Jones? And then Washington was a disaster last year. Are they all of a sudden going to change and just become, by 4 weeks into the season, are we going to be thinking differently about them? I doubt it. So I didn't really consider that one all that much. Jets, Bears, meh. Arizona, Giants.
The only way I know about the Jets and Bears at that point is Geno Smith still the starter? Or do they bench him for somebody else?
Arizona, Giants. Not all that appealing.
Is Jackson Dart injured by this point?
Tennessee, Baltimore. I think Tennessee.
Do you really believe Tennessee's going to be any better this year?
No. Some people like them. I mean, you got the first overall pick of the draft. You would think that your team would start to take steps forward.
Did you draft the wide receiver in the top pick this year? I mean,
Miami, Minnesota.
That's going to be a dumpster fire game. Miami's going to get murdered.
Kansas City, Vegas.
Kansas City's going to punt kick the Raiders.
And, that's it. So those are the five. I got New England, Buffalo, Denver, San Francisco, Chargers, Seattle, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Dallas, Houston. Or any of those five should be replaced.
I would probably take out Denver, San Francisco for Packers, Buccaneers, just because we don't know if Bo Nix can be playing at that point or not. So I think if Packers, Buccaneers is probably at least the better quarterback matchup.
I'm not big on the Packers. Last year I wasn't big on the Packers either.
Okay.
And I'm not big on the Packers again. Tampa lost Mike Evans.
Yep.
So a big weapon they've lost too. I think those are like two mediocre teams. I mean, San Francisco, I think, is pretty damn good.
Micah Parsons says he's probably not going to be back on the field until mid to late October.
Yeah.
So
no,
Packers defense
I like
won't
San
be very
Francisco
good.
better than both Green Bay and Tampa Bay.
Fair.
And if Denver's got Knicks, I like Denver better than both Green Bay and Tampa Bay. You did not sell me on that switch.
Fine.
Funny, I thought the game you would say to replace is Jacksonville, Cincinnati.
You said Jacksonville was already in your five.
No, I did. I thought you said the game you were going to tell me to replace was Jacksonville, Cincinnati.
No, I think that's going to be a fascinating game. I think there's all kinds of questions for that game going in. And by the way, we have to talk about Jacksonville so far. He's returning from injury. Travis Hunter.
Yeah, you remember they won 13 games last year without him. Now, is he going to play primarily one side of the ball this year?
They haven't given us a good answer about that, but I hope that he eventually does.
By the way, the Thursday night game is Pittsburgh and Cleveland. I don't think that would be one of the 5 either.
No.
It's a solid Sunday slate. I mean, there's 5 good games, plus you get a London game. The Sunday night game is okay. Detroit, Carolina. The Monday night game stinks. It's Atlanta and New Orleans.
Watch that be a barn burner.
Yeah. Now, let me go back to last week real quick because we were on location last week, and I wrote the games down, but I don't have them anymore. So now I got to redo them.
All right.
All right? We'll go back to week 3 real fast so that I have them written down, and we can put them on the official Friday 5 Excel spreadsheet.
As Greeny would say, the sheet of integrity.
I don't know if I'm not picking winners here. Just the 5 games I liked at that. So I think we did Chargers, Buffalo.
Yes, I remember that one.
All right. This is week 3. I think I would have done. I think I remember doing New England and Jacksonville.
Right. I feel like moving forward, the Patriots were already like in the conversation. Now with AJ Brown on the team, they're going to always now be in the conversation for the Friday 5.
Baltimore, Dallas.
Probably a shootout. Although I am curious, do you believe Jesse Minter is going to fix that defense in Baltimore?
Trying to remember what they've added. Who they added in the draft? I have to look at their off-season stuff. It's not fresh in my mind here.
Fair.
Rams, Denver.
Definitely.
Although the Knicks quarterback, because if he's not playing, that game could be a dumpster.
That game's in Denver as well.
Canny today. Look at those Canny. Did he say that the Rams remind him of the 2011 Philadelphia Eagles? We have that bite?
I do have that audio. Here is where button it. Here it is. Here was Chris Canny this morning.
They feel real 2011 Philadelphia Eagles-ish. The darling, everybody wants to pick them. They go out and they make all of these splashy moves. You know, that 2011 team, they had Asante Samuel and Nnamdi Asomugha as their corners. You know, this team, they traded for Trent McDuffie. They got Jalen Watkins as the other corner. I just go out and get Myles Garrett. You feel real 2011 Eagles-ish. I don't know, man. It's one thing to put together a great collection of talent. It's another thing for that talent to be a great team. If you gave me the choice, you know, are the Rams going to win the Super Bowl or are they going to miss the playoffs? I would lean toward the latter. I think they're more likely to miss the playoffs than win the Super Bowl.
Interesting. I don't get that vibe. Do you?
I don't get that vibe either. What I'm more interested in is why did Michelle Smallman do the subtle yes when he said
well,
that?
because she hates the Rams because they left.
Got it. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I wasn't sure if there was some side bet or something going on.
No, I think because she hates the Rams for leaving St. Louis. Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right, so that's 3, 4. My last game would be, I want to say that it was Seattle against Washington. For some reason, I remember saying Seattle, Washington. But that game's not all that appealing to me.
What about Bengals Steelers? Any interest in that?
Yes, kind of. Cincinnati, I like Cincinnati because I like Burrow. But Pittsburgh, I'm kind of out on them with Rodgers.
Rodgers' last ride, reunited with McCarthy, division rivalry game. They always are closer than they probably should be.
Yeah. I think I went with Seattle and Washington. I'm going to say Seattle, Washington. Right? You got the Super Bowl champs early in the year. If Washington's going to be a factor, they got to win it because if they lose, they could be 0-3. I think that was kind of the way that I broke it down.
Yeah, well, this game's also in Washington. So you're asking Seattle to travel cross country for a 1 o'clock Eastern game. So Washington does have some advantages here.
Atlanta, Green Bay's the Thursday night game. Not great. Got games I didn't pick. Carolina, Cleveland. Detroit, Jets. Houston, Indianapolis. Kansas City, Miami. Tennessee, Giants. Cincy, Pittsburgh. Arizona, San Francisco. Minnesota, Tampa Bay. That game's not terrible. Vegas, New Orleans. And then the Monday night game is Philadelphia and Chicago. So any game that I should replace.
Well, I tried to sell you on Bengals Steelers, and you're
That would be the
completely out
one.
on that.
No, that would be the one that I would, but I like Washington, Seattle a little better.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think your picks were egregious.
All right, that's today's Friday Five.
I just keep asking the question about when does Bo Nix come back. I think that's going to determine a lot of that when we get there.
Friday Five today brought to you by Boxing Insider Promotions. They got a big fight coming up.
Yeah, countdown is on Saturday, June 13th, the biggest heavyweight showdown in South Jersey boxing history. 2 undefeated fighters. Holy Spirit High School graduate Josh Popper takes on undefeated Absegami High School graduate Bruce Sullivan Jr. Plus South Jersey Super Welterweight Damian Tinarello, as well as Pleasantville Super Lightweight Julio Sanchez III are both back in action inside Tropicana Atlantic City Showroom. Saturday, June 13th. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com for Sullivan Jr. versus Popper. You do not want to miss out on another stacked fight card presented by Boxing Insider Promotions.
We'll close out the Friday show. We got Happy Hour Friday coming up next. All right, get ready to get out of here. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. Here you go. I gave you Maybe Shark from Aslan. Now, it's all guy. It was used to be called Baby Shark, but they got sued.
Ooh,
Now it's called Maybe Shark.
fair.
Still Life with Fruit Bowl. Vibrant Shore Brewing. All right? It was okay. Didn't love it. But if you're in that area, Vibrant Brewing was a cool little spot. New Realm Brewery. This place was pretty cool. Hazy Like a Fox was the beer there that I had. That one was pretty good. And El Guapo Agave. We'll got this at the we got great Mexican restaurant in Virginia Beach we went to. So if you're ever
Okay.
down there, El Guapo Agave IPA. I
Okay.
got one more for you after this, but what do you got?
I was just gonna throw in there. I got the Salvatore as well from Loveland Island Brewing. It's an Italian Pilsner.
Hey now.
A little different kind of taste, look of body, the normal Pilsner. So you want to be a little adventurous, have a good beer. I gave it a 4.
I like that. Finally, I was at the Seed last week. Stopped in the Seed, which is always top. Little place to rest. Fantastic. Probably number 1 ranking for the summer.
Wow.
Summertime number 1 seed on the chart. They have that. Q1 is another one. Q1. Woo, baby. They did a great job with that one. Q1, if you like a little bit more firepower, if you know what I mean. East of the Sun is back. Yummy. The little place is the number 1 seed in the summer Happy Hour Friday right now. If somebody can top that, let me know. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you Monday.